This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rid of the outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up to
Oh my god!
Oh.
Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get full!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, here we go!
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
Welcome one, welcome all to a very special presentation here on SimSpeed TV. After the devastating 2019 and 2020 bushfire season down here in Australia, the firefighters and the bushfire relief squads are in need of help from everyone. And for that reason, we are hosting this 3-hour, 40-minute endurance race around Phillip Island in direct support of bushfire relief in Australia. This is the race for relief. Supercars and TCR multiclass. It's going to be a fantastic event. We have a full squad of pro drivers competing as well. Drivers from the real life racing scene in Australia that have stepped in to help out for this fantastic cause. For here at SimSpeed TV, my name is Reese Gardiner. Joining me in the commentary box for the start of this one, Lachlan Mansell. And Lockie, I'm really looking forward to seeing this race kick off. We haven't done this before, Supercars and TCR multiclass. It's going to be quite interesting.
Good morning to you, Race. Good morning, everybody else. Very much looking forward to this race at Phillip Island. Like you say, we've never had a multi-class race with both supercars and TCR cars sharing the same racetrack. And isn't it awesome to see such a terrific field of cars, a capacity grid to line up for this marathon endurance race around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit?
Certainly is. Drivers are in qualifying at the moment to set the grid for the race. There's going to be a 9 or 10 second difference in lap time you've worked out before we went live between these things. And that is what you'll be able to see. Supercar making its way through some TCR cars. Oscar Piastri, one of the pro drivers competing today.
Indeed he is. We've got a big roster of both Australia's top sim racing drivers and some of Australia's top real life racing drivers, and Oscar Piastri, who's going to be sharing one of the supercars in the field with Christian Pancioni, is one of Australia's top real life racing drivers, a competitor who's been described by many punters as perhaps the Australian race with the best chance of making it all the way to Formula One.
And that is quite the honour to be bestowed with, and certainly looking forward to following his real-life racing career as it continues on the up and up. We look at briefly Jackson Suslin-Harlow in the Altus Esports TCR, and right here in the Monster Energy Mustang, we've got a very special pairing for this endurance race. Cameron Waters is currently at the wheel of the number 6, and he is joined by Thomas Randall. Really looking forward to seeing how this pairing goes.
Indeed, so a combination of two pro drivers, both with experience in supercars racing. Cameron Waters, of course, full-time for the Pro Drive Racing Australia squad, or Tickford Racing as it's now known, in the Virgin Australia Supercars Championship. Good to see that Cameron is behind the wheel of his Monster Energy sponsored Mustang. He'll be joined not by his regular co-driver Michael Caruso, but by another driver who is very experienced when it comes to supercars racing, Thomas Randall, full-time competitor in the Dunlop Super 2 series, and a driver who's also had some endurance racing experience. He drove with Lee Holsworth in last year's supercars endurance races.
He certainly did, and they're both drivers that are kind of new to sim racing. They've recently come off the first round in the Supercars All-Stars E-Series. It's awesome to see that sim racing is shining at the moment in the online sphere, and what a time for this race to go off. It's Easter Saturday here in Australia, so it's a good chance to sit back, and watch a good endurance race with many pro drivers competing, and you see a demonstration of what the drivers are going to be dealing with in race conditions there. Oscar Piastri coming up on the Chicken Up Racing TCR in the middle of turn 1. And these cars, they're both touring cars, but they could not be more different in terms of their chassis setup and the way they drive. The supercars are 650 horsepower, rear-wheel drive, locked diff, 1.5 tons in weight. The TCR is lighter, it's front-wheel drive, it's got 350 horsepower going through the front wheels. It's a completely different driving style required, and ultimately, around a track like Phillip Island, both cars, you have to put yourself into quite the interesting position to get a car around this track. Lots of fast-flowing corners, lots of heavy braking zones, which was certainly throw up a few spanners in the works with how long the braking zone in the supercars are. Liam Lawson as well taking part in this race. Another Liam by the name of McAdam is competing as well.
So Liam Lawson, a driver from New Zealand who's been competing in the International FIA Formula 3 Championship, which is one of the support categories for the Formula 1 World Championship. Liam Lawson, one of the most exciting motor racing prospects out of New Zealand, and that is quite the accolade when you think of the amount of motor racing talent that has come out of the land of the long white cloud in recent times. So great to have Liam Lawson as part of the field for this endurance race as well. But just coming back to the point that you were making about traffic management, in qualifying it's really going to be a factor. We've got 7 minutes or just over 7 minutes remaining in this session. Finding a clear lap and having an uninterrupted run is going to be a big challenge for all of the cars. The supercars obviously having to negotiate their way around the slower TCR cars. The TCR cars have to be very strategic in where they place their cars on the track as well, because the art of being overtaken and making sure that you don't lose too much time while you are being passed by supercars is quite a high degree of skill required for that as well.
It absolutely is, and you see a supercar, the OPR supercar, rising up onto the back of Jaden Ransley's TCR, going for the big dive at Siberia, but obviously the supercars, they just do not have the grip in the middle of the corner, so the TCR just continues on. Kyle Stokes driving the One Performance Racing machine. We see Thomas Randall now is out on track in the monster Sky Sands Racing Mustang, but Ethan Grigg-Gault has taken the Evolution Racing Team Holden Commodore to P1 on the timesheets, and that is quite the gap there. It's 1 minute 27.6 in the qualifying for them. Ashley Norman going up to 4th place in the TCR, but that is quite the statement there from Evolution Racing Team.
Indeed, it is Ethan Grigg-Gault, a driver who has had a fair bit of success in Supercars sim racing. He was part of the Supercars E-Series competition last year. He's one of the members of the very successful Evolution Racing Team, which is managed by Brenton O'Brien, who these days works full-time as the marketing and sales manager at Winton Motor Raceway. And Ethan Grigg-Gault will be teaming up with James Scott for this race. There'll be another Evolution Racing Team entry, which will be driven by Cooper Webster, a driver who's in a pretty impressive vein of form at the moment when it comes to sim racing. And Cooper Webster will be driving alongside Jordan Caruso in the number 37 car.
Indeed. You see Scott Gamble joining Ethan Grigg-Gault out there on track at the moment. And before we go live, we should probably also highlight actually, hold up. It's morning brain for me at the moment, Lockie. It's quite early in the morning here in Western Australia. This race going off for 3 hours and 40 minutes. We should be done by about 12 p.m. Western Australian time and 2 p.m. Australian Eastern time. It's a long race, and I've just remembered the point I was going to make. there is no driver restriction for this one. You can drive the entire race solo if you want, or you can have a teammate. So we're going to be seeing some drivers playing it safe, sharing a car with another driver, but we're also going to see a few marathoning this one.
I have to say that driving the whole race solo, that is going to be quite the endurance exercise, because doing 4 hours or close to it, particularly at a circuit like Phillip Island where you've got a high degree of tyre degradation plus the traffic factor that we've already talked about, driving for that long and keeping it smooth, consistent and mistake-free is going to be a really tough challenge.
Yeah, it certainly is. Around a track like Phillip Island, I mean, you can see it on the screen. There's no tarmac runoffs here to protect you if you go off the track. All you have to greet you beyond the white lines and curbs is grass and gravel. Now, fortunately, there have been some updates to iRacing's tyre model and surface model, which means that grass is grippier than it used to be. But you still don't want to be out there. There's plenty of things that you can get onto your tyres, and that can affect your lap time for sure. Brenton Hobson in the Synergy Sim Racing Mustang has just gone, or just been demoted to 5th place. Brenton Hobson with a very special guest in his car. Matt Charter is driving with him.
Indeed, so Matt Charter from the Dunlop Super 2 series driving alongside Brenton Hobson for this race. Both of those drivers have had a fair bit of experience in sim racing, competing in a number of different categories, including the Tuesday night Just Send It series, which is the one from which I'm certainly most familiar as a fairly, I suppose, recent newcomer to the sim racing commentary scene.
Yeah, Just Send It is a fantastic series. Certainly gives you a good opportunity to see both pro drivers and some of the best sim racers in Australia having a ton of fun in some crazy formats. And certainly it's been a great addition to the SimSpeed family, as being Just Send It.
So let's talk about the race and how we see things playing out. A few drivers still on fast laps trying to improve their grid position here. Qualifying, you would have to say, though, not massively important for this race, because it is a long-distance endurance race and we're going to have a lot of strategic variation and a lot of times make up positions where you qualify. Not all that important. Probably the main bonus or the main advantage with qualifying up the front is it leads you out of the danger zone and it makes you a bit less vulnerable to being caught up in some cut and thrust that we see in the mid-pack. But when we have any sort of race at Phillip Island, one of the big talking points being in real life or in the sim racing world is tyre degradation. It will be an absolute key factor in this race. Both the supercars and the TCR cars are going to use up their tyres quite aggressively through the long, fast-flowing corners that do put a lot of loads through the tyres. So how the drivers manage their tyres in terms of driving technique and in terms of pit strategy is going to be a decisive factor in determining the outcome of this race.
Yeah, you certainly have to be careful on those 4 little bits of rubber that connect you to the road. And in terms of fuel strategy, there's probably going to be some variance as well. We estimate that the supercars are probably going to have to pit 3 times or once every hour. The TCRs, on the other hand, well, they can go for an incredibly long time. They're built for racing in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge over in the United States, which usually consists of endurance-type races. So they have a big fuel tank in that Audi RS3 LMS. They will probably be able to go probably pitting only twice during the race. But again, that's going to depend on tyres. Those fronts are going to burn all the way through. As the checkered flag flies in this session, we want to give a big thanks to the administration team, both at Can-Am VRL and everyone who's jumped in to help out with the organisation of this event. It's been a marathon effort to get this race together in time for this April 11th start. And of course, we want to thank Tom Harder from Can-Am VRL. We want to thank Matthew Walker for stepping in and getting everything together, motivating everyone to get this together and helping to grab some of the pro drivers that we see here today. It's been a absolutely mammoth effort to get this thing off the ground. So a big thanks to everyone behind the scenes who was helping out today. So drivers still coming across the start-finish line to finish off qualifying. Guy Leach crossing the line in the number 46. Matt Charter taking over from Brenton Hobson right in the last stages, getting a few laps in before the session is over. That car's going to be starting in 10th place, so it's going to be interesting to see what they can do from here.
I like how they've done the car numbers for this event as well. So the supercars teams are not allowed to run numbers higher than 200, whereas conversely, all of the TCR teams are running numbers higher than 200. So that's a way of very easily differentiating between the different classes.
Yeah, certainly is. It'll be very easy to tell who is who out on track. Rodney Dangry and G.E. Proch now finishing off their runs. That is the end of qualifying. And now it's time to take a look at the grid. Starting the race for relief on the front row is going to be the two Evolution Racing Team Australian touring cars of Ethan Griggolt and Cooper Webster. The Zuva Racing 208 starts from the second row. Oscar Piastri takes the start from fourth. Kyle Stokes and Guy Leach share row 3. Row 4 is going to be Tyson Williams and Thomas Hens. The top 10 rounded out by Ross Rizzo and Matt Charter.
Liam Lawson will start out of grid position 11 ahead of Scott Nolan, back to Blake Delaney in 13th position. The entry of Cameron Waters and Thomas Randall will go from grid position 14. Brenton O'Brien out of 15th position. Then it's back to Richard Tam, Xavier Bellamy, Jaden Borg, Jeremy Clark, and Scott Short completing the top 20.
There's 27 supercars taking this start. Team 111 Esports starting from 21st. Daniel Hetterscheid in that car. Paul Van Loen sharing the 11th row. S. Patterson and Rodney Dangry starting from row 12. Alex Schuler and Kenley Brown, 25th and 26th. Jeremy Kerr, who is responsible for the excellent promotional video for the race for relief that you might have seen. He shares row 14 with David Yunt, who is making a quick start in this one. Cameron Dance rounds out the 29th and final position on the grid for the supercars. Now we go to the TCRs. Jackson Suzlin Harlow and Martin Turner sharing the first row, with Mitch Dean and Wayne Burks lining up behind them. Ashley Norman and Josh Richmond sharing row 3. Dylan DeBono and Jaden Ransley starting from row 4. 9th and 10th, Joshua Cavallaro and Hamish Cleland.
Back to Isaac Snyder, back to Paul Regoli, then in position 12. G.E. Prochnow in 13th position ahead of Thomas Harder. Scott Dawkins in 15th position. Rob James from Motorsport Australia. He'll start out of grid position 16. And then it's David Warner and Paul Cox rounding out the field for the TCR cars.
Thomas Harder, one of the guys at Can-Am VRL who's been helping to organise this event, and he's been responsible for helping to set up practice servers and things like that as well. So a big thank you, Tom, for your efforts, and best of luck out on track today. The pace car pulls away, and now we start the formation lap. This is going to be a rolling start for this one. And both of the classes should be keeping some space between each other to start off this race. As we set off on this formation lap, Lockie, we've got a couple of extra elements as well. The safety car is going to come into effect in this one.
Indeed it is. So, again, as we often see in iRacing, the safety car will play a big factor when it comes to pit strategy. The way it works, of course, is that when the safety car is first deployed, the pit lane closes until the field is formed up behind the safety car. So it's not actually until the second lap of the safety car intervention that you can come in and take your stop. So watch out for that. According to the sporting regulations for this event, the safety car can be deployed at any time by race control. So it could be that we see some competition cautions just to spice up the action.
Indeed. So that's entirely at the discretion of race control. And those of us up here in the commentary box will be just as surprised as you when the safety car comes out. I'm looking forward to seeing how that shifts the pecking order in this race. Well, The supercars making their way through the excellent Honda hairpin. This is going to be one of the prime overtaking spots on the circuit. I expect more than a few lunges of the supercars on the TCRs there.
Very impressive performance from the Evolution Racing team, though, to lock out the front row of the grid with those two Panther Fuels supercars. And as you can see, there is a gap being left between the supercars and the TCR cars, just to make sure that we have a nice, clean start and we don't have the two classes getting tangled up with each other too early in the race. In an endurance race like this one, it's not about trying to win the race in the first lap or even the first 5 or 10 laps. It's about, as Neil Crompton so eloquently puts it, buying a ticket to the last 30 minutes of the race. That's when the sprint begins. That's where you start fighting fiercely for track position.
That's exactly right. It's going to be a long and difficult run of drivers trying to get that ticket to the end, the golden ticket. Pace car is in, the final turn beckons. Ethan Griggault is going to control the start here on the left-hand side. Once the green flag flies, we will be out and racing for the Race for Relief in support of Australian Bushfire Relief. Please make sure to follow the links and donate if you can. The green flag flies and we are away. The supercars making their way down the start-finish straight. An excellent start from Ethan Griggault, but Cooper Webster having to defend already from Oscar Piastri, who files in third place. It's a clean start from this Australian touring car field so far as they come now into Southern Loop for the first time, side by side between Tyson Williams and Thomas Hens, getting pushed out wide. And Kyle Stokes stuck on the outside as well, but he will have the inside for the Melbourne hairpin.
Through the long sweeping left-hander, they head down into turn number 4. You can see that the two Evolution Panther Fuel-sponsored cars were defending to the inside of the road. Fairly tidy start so far, not too much contacts being made by any of the competitors. We turn our attention back to the TCR cars, and it's Jackson Susan.
Oh, car off! We've already got a car off. I'm sorry, Lockie, but my goodness, Josh Richmond has gone heavily into the wall in Southern Loop. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Looks like it was just a bit of rear end contact, actually. Modem simulation replay of the incident from his point of view. Car behind, Jaden Ransley, making a little bit of contact there and then heavily into the tyre wall. So the Race for Relief has not gotten off to a great start for that car.
No, it hasn't, so that car you would imagine will have to head back into the pits, maybe to get some damage repaired. The good thing is it is such a long race, plenty of time to recover, but with the TCR cars, the tyres on lap number 1 do tend to be particularly cold, especially the rear tyres, so it doesn't take much of a bump or an unsettling moment to cause the rear end to get completely loose and to lose control altogether. And unfortunately for Josh Richmond, that is exactly what has happened.
Yeah, it's all on for the lead at the moment in the TCR class at the moment. Jackson Suslanalo and Mitch Dean currently fighting for the lead. They've broken away from the rest of the field at the moment. Mitch Dean's going to be using the slipstream here behind JSH to stake his claim coming into turn 1, and that is an excellent run he's got out of the final corner. Going to have to go side by side now into turn 1. Things have not calmed down by any stretch yet. Can Mitch Dean take the lead round the outside? No, he can't. The track is not quite up to the level of rubber that he needs to do that. But this is an excellent battle for the lead.
Pretty brave stuff trying to go all the way around the outside on lap number 1 on cold tyres. Suzlin Harlow played the defensive approach and moved it right to the inside of the road for turn number 1. That slowed his exit speed down somewhat though, and Dean right on his tail as they head into the big braking zone for turn number 4, the hairpin, but Susan Harlow covers off that passing opportunity.
And doing very well there as well. A couple of shifts for position further back in the TCR field, and we're already seeing a Ford Mustang GT making its way through there. That's David Yunt. He started from the pit lane here, so he's having to really back up here coming through Siberia and Hayshed. You really get a sense for how difficult it is going to be for the Supercars drivers once they get into the TCR traffic. But Cameron Waters now currently being pressured by Scott Nolan, and Waters carrying some damage on his car. He's had a little bit of a whoopsie at some point in the first couple of laps and facing some big pressure from the Synergy Sim Racing car.
Well, we won't be having any problems with overheating with that car at the moment, Cameron Waters. It'll be getting a big gulp of fresh air. Probably not ideal for the aerodynamics though, so Cameron Waters currently sitting in at 12th position. Look at how tight and congested it is in the big midfield of the supercars competition. That's Thomas Hinds in the Ultratune car. Big freight train of cars formed up behind him, including Tyson Williams, Sean Thompson, very experienced Brenton Hobson and Ross Rizzo. That's position 6 down to 10.
Yes, indeed, and already saw Hobson trying to throw one up the inside at MG there on Thompson, but Thompson covering it off very nicely. And you can tell it's only a matter of time before he decides to throw it up the inside again. Just behind them, Ross Rizzo and Liam Lawson are involved in a fight now. Rizzo getting into the grass slightly on the exit of the last corner. And here comes Lawson trying to throw one up the inside at turn 1. That's brave. He gets as far as the rear quarter, but not quite far enough. Into Southern Loop then. Will Ross Rizzo run wide? No, he sticks nicely to the inside line. So Lawson is going to have to wait for another opportunity here.
This is an endurance race, isn't it, Reece? Just remind me, this is definitely an endurance race that we're watching. I just needed to double check because based on the intensity and the ferocity of battling for position, you could be forgiven for thinking that it's a 10-lap sprint.
Yeah, you're certainly good, but for the Evolution Racing Team cars up front, it looks like business as usual. They're flying in formation here at the front of the field, and already they've put the gap out to over 1.5 seconds over third place. Oscar Piastri has to stick with these guys so far, and we've got to think about the cars behind him as well, because Guy Leach and Kyle Stokes, well, they ran laps last time out that were 0.2 faster than Piastri. So I think Oscar's going to have to start looking over his shoulder pretty soon as we see another attempt by Brenton Hobson to get past Sean Thompson at MG. Unsuccessful once again, but, you know, showing the nose like that is always a way to unsettle the driver in front of you and see if you can get that move done further down the line. Already we're seeing traffic because the supercars are now coming up to the back end of the TCR field. Making their way past Robert James are the two Evolution Racing Team cars, and James has gone straight off there at Southern Loop. Not quite sure what's gone on there.
Could have been that he got a bit distracted or wrong-footed being lapped by those supercars. He might have just stepped slightly off the racing line there coming out of Southern Loop. Or it could have been that he was looking in his rear-view mirror at the time just to see what other supercars were coming through. This is what it looks like on board. He did a good job there to get out of the way of the two Evolution supercars, but because he was on the extreme inside of the circuit, not the ideal racing line, and probably just found there was a bit less grip out there than what he was expecting.
Thank you once again to Modem Simulation for your support. We take a look at Ross Rizzo as we go back live and look at the train of cars here up ahead of the Trick Esports car. Thomas Hinds and Tyson Williams, though, nose to tail now coming into MG, and Williams protecting the inside into MG. And there goes Hobson once again on Thompson. Will he get through this time? It looks like he's managed to do it.
Nice move there, Brenton Hobson, and that's been a change of position just ahead of them as well, because Tyson Williams was behind Thomas Hinds on the previous lap, but he has made the move through on the Ultratune Mustang, so Tyson Williams moves up into position 5. We're right on board with Liam Lawson, who's currently sitting in 10th position, and at the back of this freight train of cars, and you can see that he's getting sucked along by the slipstream on the main straight.
Yeah, and that is quite the bit of understeer that you're seeing just up ahead from Guy Leach. It's very easy to go offline in corners like that. Guy Leach himself not getting the best exit. There's a TCR car off in the grass, and we're seeing side by side Liam Lawson is probably going to go for the move here at the hairpin. He is on the inside. Can he make it through? Leach gives him the room, and now Sean Thompson has got Mr. Lawson to contend with, and there's side by side once again. Guy Leach and Ross Rizzo trying to sort themselves out there through Siberia. They're going to have even more TCR traffic to deal with here because, my goodness, Isaac Snyder in the Can-Am VRL solo car. He's driving this race completely on his own, having to make way for these guys through one of the fastest points on the circuit.
And this is one of the things that we're going to see all race long with traffic management. A lot of it comes down to where you catch the slower cars on the racetrack. If you catch up to them on the main straight, then it's obviously fairly easy to get past. But if you catch up to them in the more technical, twisting parts of the track, you can lose a lot of time while you get stuck behind them.
Yeah, you certainly can. So it's all going to be about patience and choosing your battles when it comes to navigating traffic. Riding on board with Sean Thompson and looking back at Liam Lawson, you can see that Thompson was the proverbial cork in the bottle for Brenton Hobson, because you see the gap he's done. Oh no, there goes, I think that might be Snyder, not quite sure, but TCR sliding in the southern loop. No, that's the other Can-Am VRL car of GE Proch now. Well, fortunately, he's managed to get going again. We'll have a moment of simulation replay, have a look at what happened to him.
A lot of the drivers in supercars may not be that experienced when it comes to competing in multi-class events, so it is just going to take a bit of patience that's going to need to be exercised to make sure that they don't make contact with TCR cars, but in that case it wasn't any contact at all. Prochnow did that one all on his own.
Yeah, and that's a demonstration of the kind of setup that's needed to actually get these TCRs around a track fast. Because they're front-wheel drive, they naturally understeer, so you need to run the brake bias pretty far back. So if the rear wheels end up locking, well, these cars have an ABS system, but it's not magic. So once you get that rear end loose, you've got to be very careful. And oh, Thomas Hens coming up on a TCR right through the middle of the last corner. You can see, even though these supercars are much heavier and a bit under-tired, well, not only do they get good momentum through the mid-corner, but they absolutely blast by on the straight.
And that's what it looks like out of the back of Jaden Ransley's TCR car. You can see that he was just looking in his rearview mirror there, working out if it was safe to turn in across what would be the natural racing line for turn number 1 to make sure that he wasn't about to get turned by a supercar. And as we look out the back once again of Jaden Ransley, he's got the Monster Energy Mustang just about to cruise past on the outside. Good job there for Jaden Ransley, positioning the car really well just to make sure that he didn't unnecessarily get in the way of or impede any of the supercars.
The battle still continues though, because Cameron Waters trying to make that move on Ross Rizzo. It was a bit of a messy braking zone at that point, but nonetheless they've still managed to continue. So the battle, I think, is at a bit of a stalemate at the moment until they come up to the next bit of TCR traffic. Not that far up the road, Dylan DeBono in the CBF Racing number 235. They're coming up on him now through the run-up to MG through Lukey Heights. You can see Waters is trying incredibly hard now to get by Rizzo, and Rizzo himself making a mistake as we take a view from the back of Ashley Norman in the Chicken Up Racing TCR coming... Oh my goodness, whoa, hold on a minute. That was quite surprising. Was that the other Chicken Up Racing car of Martin Turner? Goodness me. And it's actually continuing because Cameron Waters has seen a chance here and gotten by Ross Rizzo coming into turn 1. That's quite the turn of events.
Goodness gracious me, whenever you see a car flying off the racetrack through turn 12, the final corner, you know that it's going to be a big incident. There was some brilliant car control from both the cars that were involved in that incident to make sure that they didn't find the wall on the outside. There goes the Turner TCR car, and it was as he came back on. Oh. Wow, that could have been a catastrophic incident there. That was quite a miracle that there were not more cars involved in that incident and there wasn't serious damage sustained to several race cars.
Oh, while we're on that replay, we've had an incident down at Siberia. Cameron Waters has made contact with Ross Rizzo. Rizzo attempted to make his way past Waters. We'll stay with the replay so you can see what happened here as they come through Southern Loop. So Waters doesn't get the best exit and is held up behind a couple of TCRs. and Rizzo will see his chance down here at the hairpin down at Honda. And you'll see once they come to Siberia, Waters is going to have absolutely none of it, barreling into Siberia and making some hip and shoulder contact right here with Ross Rizzo. And once he loses that grip on his front tyres, he's just off into the grass.
So Cameron Waters did a good job there because he was able to hang tough around the outside of Ross Rizzo at turn 4. That then put him on the inside for the next corner at Siberia. And I don't know that there was actually massive contact between the two cars. It was just that Rizzo was on the dirty side of the racetrack, and the battle was well and truly on between the Evolution Racing teammates and Brenton Hobson, who had been making very good progress up through the field, has gone off at Southern Loop. That's going to leave him vulnerable to Cameron Waters. Two Mustangs side by side around turn 3. There's a TCR car in that one as well, and it's going to be Cameron Waters with some great racecraft who will pick up another position.
And this is where I think Cam Waters' strengths are showing through. Yes, he took some damage in the first lap, but once the race has started to settle down, he's gotten into the rhythm, and one heck of a rhythm it is indeed. Here's a modem simulation replay of Brenton Hobson's incident, just going a bit too hard there into Southern Loop on the dirty side of the track. The track has not rubbered up yet, so we're going to have to see some drivers taking a bit more care down in those quick corners. But tell you what, Hobson is right back on it, and now this is a 3-car battle: Waters, Hobson, and Scott Nolan in the other Synergy Sim Racing car.
So Cameron Waters, even despite having that damage to his Mustang, it doesn't seem to be affecting his pace too much at the moment. And the other driver who's done a really good job here and been making very good progress through the field since the start of this race, Liam Lawson, who started in 11th on the grid, has worked his way up into 7th position as Hobson slides down the inside. Greg captures the spot from Cameron Waters, heading through turn number 1. A big committed move from the number 88 car.
Yeah, it's an excellent move there from Brenton Hobson. That was quite assertive from him coming into turn 1. So Waters is not able to respond just yet. We've just gotten news that the reason Brenton Hobson went off was because he was reading his Twitch chat. So Brenton Hobson, we should highlight Hobo88 on Twitch. He is a very popular streamer. He has a lot of fans that follow his exploits in the sim racing. If you want to chuck him a watch, go over to Hobo88 on Twitch. You can see his point of view.
Normally we see Brenton Hobson running in position 6. That's sort of become the traditional spot that he runs in. A few spots a bit further back from that at the moment, but still plenty of time to work his way back up through the field. Cameron Waters just falling back into the clutches of Scott Nolan at the moment. That's a battle for the final position within the top 10. Meanwhile, out in front of the field, the two Evolution Racing cars still absolutely nose to tail. There's only 0.1 of a second separating Equal Gold from Cooper Webster, and they've pulled out. Now they're 6.3 seconds ahead of the third place car of Kyle Stokes, who has just got ahead of Oscar Piastri in that contest for positions 3 and 4.
Cameron Waters is continuing to have some adventures there into turn 1 as we take a look at the number 81 machine coming through the Southern Loop. Oscar Piastri facing some big pressure from Sean Thompson there. Or actually...
Well, Oscar Piastri, something's happened to him because he was up in 3rd and he's fallen all the way back to 7th position. So it's been a bit of drama somewhere, or something has happened to the Oscar Piastri entry. We're sharing that car with Christian Pancioni, and there it is. That's what has happened to the number 81 car. He's gone off. So that's down at turn 1, I think.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's have a look at what happened to him here. Just going a bit hard, I think. Oh my goodness, yeah, that's the reason why. Spooked by a TCR on the racing line and straight across the bump on the motorcycle pit exit. So you don't want that kind of nasty surprise coming up to you there. You just have a look at the closing speed. My goodness. No wonder Piastri was caught out there.
TCR car seems to be slowing down a fair bit on the approach to turn 1, probably slowing a bit more than Piastri would have expected. So by the time he got down there at what is a very, very fast part of the racetrack, he didn't have lot of an opportunity to react, and he ended up deciding to go to the left and off the racetrack rather than to the right-hand side of the circuit. This battle continues between Cameron Waters and Scott Nolan, and you would have to say that Nolan looks like he has a bit of a pace advantage at the moment, but Cameron Waters positioning the Mustang exactly where he needs to make sure that Nolan can't send one down the inside.
Yeah, it seems to me like Waters' pace has dropped off quite substantially in the last couple of laps. The tyres must be screaming for a bit of mercy here, but like you say, he is doing a good job of keeping his position, defending from Scott Nolan. It's the last position in the top 10 that these guys are battling for at the moment in the supercars class. But what of the TCRs? Well, Jackson Suzlin-Harlow has absolutely no pressure behind him. He is all on his lonesome out there in the race lead. Probo SimSports and LM Motorsports, that's Wayne Burke and Jaden Ransley. They're fighting there for third position. I'm seeing a supercar off in the background. Who is that? It's Kenley Brown in the number 26. The Fastlane Esports blue car getting off to a slow start there out of the second corner. We get a modem simulation replay of what happened to him down at turn 1, and I suspect this is, oh no, it's going to be a pass. Ross Rizzo down here, putting a move on Brenton O'Brien, getting a nice run through Lukey Heights and then firing it up the inside at MG. So Ross Rizzo starting off on a very long road to recovery from where he was.
This battle continues between Cameron Waters and Scott Nolan.
Oh, and we're hearing some news from race control. A drive-through penalty for car 37. That's the Chicken Up Racing machine of Ashley Norman. And we're not quite sure what happened to give him that drive-through penalty, but he's touring through the pits now. He's unfortunately not going to be able to stop in his box, and that's not what the Chicken Up Racing boys would want. They'll fall outside the top 10 there.
How about this battle for the lead between the two Evolution racing cars? It has been relentless since the start of this race. Two cars have been nose to tail all the way through. Neither one of them has put a foot wrong yet, and it's been an exemplary performance from both of the Panther Racing Fuels Holden ZB Commodores. But I'll tell you what, if you were the team boss, Brenton O'Brien, at the Evolution Racing team, you'd be a bit nervous at the moment seeing the two team cars running so close for such an extended period.
Yeah, you certainly would, but Ethan and Cooper very used to running in these positions, and they definitely know how to drive around each other. They're actually front runners in the Australian Turbo Touring Car Series that SimSpeed broadcasts on Wednesday nights, where they race in the TCR. So if nothing else, it proves that they are super versatile as well. Here's the battle for fourth. A pass potentially. Mitch Dean firing one up the inside, but nothing doing for the moment. And putting that power down, 350 horsepower through the front wheels, it's not the easiest thing in the world to get a run on someone out of a corner in this car.
Starting to get a bit of a feel for how the different driver and team combinations are going with managing tyres as well. Best lap time that we've seen so far overall, 1 minute 28.1, which was set by Cooper Webster a bit earlier on in the race. Most of the supercar drivers now in the low and mid 29s. Just having a look at the TCR cars, best lap that we've seen for a TCR car is a 37.6. Set by Martin Turner, but the TCR lap times have dropped off quite significantly. They're in the high 38s and even 39s and 40s. And we've got a big moment. One of the TCR cars coming out of turn number 3, Jaden Ransley.
Yeah, and Ransley was pressuring the car in front of him earlier for that position. Modem simulation replay then. We'll see what happened to him, and this is out of Southern Loop, coming through. Oh, we just got into the grass. Just a little bit too far over to the right, and once you get those rear tyres into the grass in the TCR machine, well, it's all she wrote. You're basically a passenger. Good save, though.
It
Oh,
was
have a
a
look
good
at how much
save.
lock.
One of the things with the TCR cars, because they're front-wheel drive race, if you do have a sideways moment, the easiest way to get out of it is to keep your foot on the accelerator and let the front end of the car pull you out of the slide.
Yes, indeed. Front-wheel drive, gonna front-wheel drive. Here's another replay of Scott Nolan coming through the opening section of the circuit. He's lost a few spots out of this incident. Looks to me like an alright run through Southern Loop. Does he catch the grass on the exit? No, he does not. So this happened, I think, through either the left-hander following or into Honda. It's an easy place to make a mistake in an Australian touring car. It does look like he's just gone a bit too deep, locked up the fronts, and gone for a spin right in the middle of the corner. Fortunately, no one else involved in that one.
He'll be kicking himself for that incident because he'd done all of that hard work to find his way around Cameron Waters a couple of laps ago, and he's going to have to do all of that work all over again as we see Kyle Stokes in position 4 having a big moment as he caught the back of one of the TCR cars on the exit of Southern Loop. Kyle Stokes sitting in position 4 at the moment, just behind Tyson Williams, who's been a big mover since the start of this race, shown really good consistent lap speed, and at the moment Tyson Williams actually lapping a fraction more quickly than our 2 race-leading Evolution Racing Team Commodores. So this has been a good opening stint from Tyson Williams. He's doing a good job of managing the tyres.
He certainly is, and we're looking forward to seeing how that works out for him towards the end of the stint. Meanwhile, this battle for 5th in the supercar class, Thomas Hinz and Liam Lawson, who's really pressuring the back of Hinsey here coming into MG. Lawson's form, I've been very impressed with so far. Not the best exit, though, from MG, but you can tell that he's really putting the pressure on Hinz at the moment. The draft is going to come into effect for him.
All about getting a good exit from the final corner, turn number 12, which seems to go on forever. It's a very long sweeping left-hander, and you can see Thomas Hinz starting to flash the lights on some of those slower cars that are just ahead of him on the racetrack. To let them know that he's coming through. There's a big gaggle of TCR cars just up ahead, and a lapped supercar in there as well. That's the number 145 car, which is a little bit further back in the pack.
Yeah, and we've had actually, I think that is Liam Lawson, who's actually gone off the track at turn 1. I saw a supercar going off in the background on my end. I wondered, who is that? Turns out it was Lawson making a mistake in the middle of the TCR traffic, just catching the grass there on the entry, stuck on the outside, and all the way off into the kitty litter. Fortunately, he hasn't made heavy contact with... Oh, no, he has! Oh, I spoke too soon. Was that Brenton O'Brien? No, it was Sean Thompson that he smashed into there. Thompson, a completely innocent victim there.
I reckon the officials will have a look at that one because by any measure, that is a dangerous re-entry to the racetrack. So he would have had absolutely no idea, Sean Thompson, that he was about to get whacked hard in the side by the car rejoining the circuit having gone off at turn 1.
And Thompson, his engine has blown as a result of that damage. So very heavy damage in the Zuva Racing 209. I think that's the last we're going to be seeing of that car. He will be absolutely livid with that.
That has to be one of the most frustrating things as a racing driver. Certainly in the real-life racing world, you would see drivers getting out of the car and throwing objects like their gloves and helmets in absolute disgust and frustration. But yeah, get collected even in an online virtual race and involved in an incident that was absolutely nothing to do with you. That has to be one of the most shattering experiences that you can endure as a race car driver.
Yeah, certainly. And Liam Lawson, it looks like the same has actually happened to him. His engine has no revs either. But both drivers have managed to make it off the circuit and into the pit lane. Thompson should be able to make it in. There's a bit of a downhill slope here that the cars will be able to ride down. So both the number 30 and the number 209 are going to have to sit in the pits for quite some time to repair some very heavy damage. Fortunately, I don't think it's terminal damage. It might take a long time to fix, but hopefully we see them back out on track later on in the race. Meanwhile, Oscar Piastri making his way up to the back of Thomas Hinson. Have a look at this gaggle of cars here. This is the battle for 11th position. Xavier Bellamy and Brenton O'Brien fighting hard, and Mitch Dean and Hamish Cleland for 4th and 5th in TCR as well. They've got a couple of big 650 horsepower monsters behind them that's going to break them up slightly. And Mitch is going to have to run a little bit wide through the last corner to let them go. That's going to give the advantage here to Mr. Cleland. And have a look at the run he's got down the front straight. Could this be a move into turn 1? Oh, he's going to have a go. Has a look. Hard on the brakes, coast through turn 1, but have a look at Mitch Dean absolutely firing it into the corner and holding it round the outside. Good stuff.
And carried so much mid-corner speed there, didn't he, Mitch Dean? He saw that Cleland was looking up the inside, but he just went deeper and harder into the corner. And Jaden Ransley right behind them as well. There's a real art, isn't there, if you're one of the slower class cars and you are being elapsed by some of the faster cars in the field, it's finding the right spot at the right time to let them pass without losing too much time. And especially if you're engaged in a battle for position like these two are, making sure you don't lose any time in that battle for position when you're being lapped by faster cars. There is quite a skillful technique to it, as we saw Ransley there making another mistake at turn 4.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, this is looking really awkward through Siberia. Have a look at these supercars coming through. Brenton O'Brien stuck behind Mitch Dean there, coming into Lukey Heights. But David Coleman, Xavier Bellamy, and Brenton O'Brien have been keeping each other very good company throughout the midst of this battling. And falling back in line astern. News from race control. Car 30, that is Liam Lawson, has been given a drive-through penalty. I was a bit doom and gloom with my predictions. Both cars involved in that incident, the number 30 and the number 209 of Sean Thompson, are now back on track. Brett Loxton has taken over from Sean Thompson.
It's good to see that both of the cars are back out there. Obviously, extended spells in pit lanes against some damage repaired, and it's going to be a long, tough couple of hours trying to get those cars back into contention. But you would have to say that the drive-through penalty for Liam Lawson, a fair enough decision based on the fact that it was a pretty unsafe re-entry circuit, having gone off the road at turn 1. Question for you just on driver changes race and how they work in iRacing. So if you're sharing the car with someone for a race, obviously your co-driver is going to be in a different location with their own simulator. So I'm guessing that it's some function in the software.
Oh, yes. I will explain that in a moment. David Coleman, unfortunately, experiencing rear end contact there. He was he had a TCR to contend with of Martin Turner, just tapping on the brakes, and David Coleman getting tapped there by Xavier Bellamy, and once he got into the grass, there was not much he could do to recover that thing. But to further the point about driver changes, the way it works in iRacing is you have team sessions for multi-driver races. So you create a team, you invite drivers to that team, and then one person from that team will enter the session. From that point, you can join the session as part of that team, and essentially, once your co-driver pulls into the pits and gives up the car, you just click drive and you get put in the car at the pit stop.
Works well, so that's how they'll be doing driver changes, and obviously the co-driver, when they're not actually driving the car, will probably be on the communications and working on the strategic aspects of your team's performance in the race.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it usually works, with many drivers working together in teams of 2, sometimes 3 or 4 people in the longer endurance races. It requires a lot of coordination between drivers. You have to set out plans. You have to think about stint lengths. Of course, the drivers won't be worrying too much about that in this one because, as we have highlighted, there is no minimum driver requirement, and you can run this race completely solo if you want.
In saying that, though, the drivers and the teams who are running driver combinations will still have some plans as far as stint lengths and when they're expecting to do their pit stops and which driver will be in the car at any given time, because as I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, things like driver fatigue and also tyre wear are both going to be very important factors in terms of how the race strategy plays out. Really good battles pretty much everywhere you look at the moment. Ross Rizzo and Scott Nolan battling over positions 9 and 10 at the moment.
Yes, indeed. And Xavier Bellamy and Brendan O'Brien side by side through turn 1 as well. Not sure who the aggressor is in this move, but side by side through Southern Loop, O'Brien trying his best to hold that outside line. He's probably going to get another shot here because Bellamy has had to take some avoiding action in traffic. But this is a great fight, and Guy Leach, you can see right behind these guys, seriously making moves at the moment in the number 46. He's right on them now.
Really good to see Brendan O'Brien having a turn behind the wheel for the particular race. Normally we see that he's the man behind the scenes, overseeing all of the organisational aspects of the Evolution Racing team and actually taking the opportunity to have some fun and to have a steer himself in this particular endurance race.
Yeah, and he's doing a sterling job as well, currently running in 12th position. That battle for 4th in the TCR class certainly not over by any means. Hamish Cleland now right on the back of Mitch Dean again, up to the point of doing Morse code on his bumper. And we'll get a good sense of how the TCR cars attack this Phillip Island circuit by looking at this battle flat out through the Hayshed corner and trying a move up the inside into Lukey Heights. It's very tempting to throw one up the inside there because the natural line takes drivers out to the right-hand side of the circuit. But unfortunately, with the car being front-wheel drive, with Understeer City being the main destination, it's very difficult to maintain your entry speed into a lot of these fast corners, but this is not over.
And you can imagine at Lukey Heights, because you are going quite steeply uphill on the approach to that corner, that the front of the car would get quite light heading up there as well, which is only going to accentuate that understeer.
Yeah, exactly right. But here we go once again. Cleland up the inside into turn 1, but man, Mitch Dean, he absolutely has confidence in that car around the outside in turn 1 and almost maintaining it. It's running slightly wide in the mid corner, but that's going to line up an excellent straight line exit. So he is safe from Cleland again for now.
The mid-corner speed that Mitch Dean's able to carry, particularly through turn 1, has been very impressive. I reckon that Hamish Cleland is a bit stronger under brakes, but Mitch Dean, just by carrying that extra mid-corner speed, is able to keep Cleland at bay for the time being.
Indeed he is, and man, you can tell that that Cleland is looking incredibly hungry for this position, and he's going to keep that up for as long as he can. Back to Cameron Waters, meanwhile. He is in the middle of a sandwich here in position 9. He's got Ross Rizzo ahead of him and Scott Nolan right behind him. And we are getting a replay of Jackson Suzlin Harlow in the lead in TCR. It looks like, no, actually, it's going to be a pass. Ross Rizzo on the outside of Cameron Waters there coming into turn 1. You can tell that that damage to the front of Waters' car is really starting to affect his straight line speed now. The cars around him just have a straight up advantage at the moment.
That'll be something that Cameron Waters and the team there at Tickford Racing will no doubt be looking to address when he comes in for the first scheduled pit stop. Speaking of pit stops, Hamish Cleland, and we know that he was involved in a very close battle with Mitch Dean for 4th position in the TCR class, is in the pits at the moment. So not sure if that's a scheduled pit stop or if there's some other issue that's caused Cleland to dive into the pits for some attention to that car.
It might be tyres, moreover, because I saw him up on the jacks there. 300 plus horsepower going through the front wheels for 22 laps around a high-speed circuit like Phillip Island is going to do awful things to your car balance and awful things to your rubber. So Cleland has jumped in to get some fresh rubber on his machine, and he is back out onto the circuit. Oh my goodness! It's contact there, I think, from Cam Waters on the TCR machine, and we got a supercar off as well. Man, what on earth happened there into turn one? We're going to have to investigate that, because it was quite the incident coming into turn one. It turns out issue of closing speed once again. Oh my goodness, the TCR car just resuming the racing line, thinking that was all of it. It's Robert James there in the McGinley Motorsport machine. And, reassuming that line, but of course, he had two supercars coming up right on him. Here's the onboard view then from the back. You'll be able to get yet another sense for what the closing speed is like in these things. Just past the start-finish line, here come the supercars, and there goes Ross Rizzo. Vroom up the inside. James tries to resume the racing line, and then Waters absolutely clobbers him.
To be fair to Cameron Waters, he would have been fairly unsighted. Ross Rizzo was the car that was in front. There wasn't a whole lot of time after Ross Rizzo went past before Robert James would have been appearing right in Cameron Waters' windscreen. So not a lot there that I think Cameron Waters could have done about that incident. And Robert James has obviously got more dramas because he's had a couple of off-track excursions on this lap alone since that big off at turn one. Starting to see quite a few mistakes creeping in here, aren't we, Reece? I think with the tyre degradation and the fact that drivers have been in their cars for quite a while now, a bit of inattention and fatigue maybe starting to creep in.
Yeah, exactly right. Robert James is still not having a great time. He's just had an off on the entry to pit lane, and he's only just managing to enter now. So a shame for him, but he's back into the pits now, and he'll be able to get that thing repaired. Meanwhile, Scott Nolan and Cameron Waters side by side through Siberia. Nolan has the advantage there. The outside line in Siberia is really good to get excellent traction and blast by the person you're battling with. So Cameron Waters now back into position 10. Going super hard here into Lukey Heights to try and keep that position. Oh, there we go. He's going to fire one back up the inside. Is there going to be contact? There's going to be a slight bit of contact there, elbowing Scott Nolan out of the way. But Cam Waters, he's really staking a claim here. He's saying, I do not want to give up this position.
Not afraid to get his elbows out, is he, Cameron? Certainly. That he'll be handing that car over to Thomas Randall, who's been racing in the ARG Esports Cup in the last couple of weeks. It does have a pretty impressive simulator set up in his Melbourne workshop. So a couple of very accomplished real-world drivers sharing the Monster Energy Mustang for this race. Yes, indeed.
And now that we've settled down somewhat in the race, there's a little bit of a primer here for people who are new to the broadcast. If you're new to sim racing, iRacing is an advanced motorsport simulation. From road racing like this to ovals, dirt, speedway and off-road racing, iRacing covers almost every part of the motor racing spectrum. The tracks, like here at Phillip Island, are laser scanned, as we see Brenton O'Brien trying another move here in this very intense battle further back in the field. The cars are built from real-world data, ensuring the highest physical accuracy possible. Various real-world bodies like supercars, like NASCAR, IndyCar, World of Outlaws, IMSA, they've all partnered with iRacing to sanction online racing as they do for real life. So what you should think about here is the Sim's highlight, the tyre model. It's an evolving project under constant development since iRacing went public all the way back in 2008. iRacing's been around for quite some time. The rubber heats up and interacts with the road surface, and it's deposited where the cars drive. So, as you can see on your screen, the track rubbers up just like in the real world. So that is where advantages and disadvantages will be found, as we see one of the first supercars now to come into the pits. And that's going to be Guy Leach there coming in behind that battle with O'Brien and Bellamy. And speaking of those two, O'Brien drawing up beside Bellamy and passing him into turn one.
So we're in that window now where we'll start to see the strategy playing out. So the teams will have done their calculations. They'll be making that they don't pit too early because they don't want to have to make any more pit stops than necessary, but they'll also pit at times that give, in the case of twin driver combinations, both drivers an opportunity to complete plenty of laps and try and manage their tyre wear across multiple sets of tyres as well.
Yeah, and when it comes to the TCRs, it's going to be interesting because the rear tyres don't wear anywhere near as fast as the front tyres, so you'll see fronts being changed at pit stops, I think, and I wouldn't put it past some teams to keep the same set of rears for the entire event. And you just saw Michael Cracknell there taking over that machine in the pits. Cameron Waters and Scott Nolan, meanwhile, they are still not done this battle for 9th and 10th in the supercars. They got TCR traffic to contend with. Alex Schuler as well. Some supercars traffic here in the number 14 car. And Waters really struggling to keep up that straight line speed. He's having to go all the way to the inside here. And Nolan on the outside into turn 1. Alex Schuler's getting a very good view of all of this in his rear mirrors. And he lets them all go. Oh, there's contact between Scott Nolan and Liam Lawson, who is still making his way through after the penalty and the damage he had received. So not over for Scott Nolan at the moment. Cameron Waters has got his hands full with traffic right now.
Keep in mind that obviously Liam Lawson is a lap down after that big off that we saw for him at turn 1 a bit earlier on, and then the subsequent pit stop and drive-through penalty that he received after that one. So Liam Lawson on the comeback trail at the moment, just trying to get himself back into contention as we see another car diving on. That's Kyle Stokes, who is running in position 4 at the moment. So one of our top 5 competitors dives in that car's first pit stop.
So we're seeing the supercars do about 30 laps on a tank of fuel. So that's going to be useful to remember for later. The Evolution Racing Team 1-2 up the front is not pitted yet. Here's a replay from the perspective of Jaden Borg for Stealth Penrite Racing. And we should remind you all that Penrite Racing and Erebus Motorsport have come through to support this event as well. And they are officially on the grid here. Thank you so much for your support, guys. We absolutely appreciate it. Stealth SimForce is the Penrite Racing Esports team. And Jaden Borg, one of the main players in that team, he brings the car into the pits from 16th. Scott Nolan, meanwhile, still up on the jacks. And it looks like he might be staying in that car. We're seeing more cars come in. Ethan Grigault has entered the pits, but Cooper Webster, his teammate, staying out. So the Evolution Racing Team cars have decided not to pit together. That's interesting.
Well, they've been running pretty much nose to tail all race long. One of the things, of course, racing real-life motorsport, where you've got 2 cars in the same team, generally they try and split the strategies up because they don't want to fall into a situation where they have to double stack the cars under safety car, because the second car loses time queuing up waiting for the first car to be serviced. However, in iRacing, that's not an issue. You can very easily pick both of your cars at once. So, could be that Cooper Webster has decided that because he's been stuck under the rear wing of Ethan Grigault's car all race long, that he wants to have a bit of time out there on the racetrack with some clear track.
Yeah, I think that is the case indeed. And Webster having to deal there with Isaac Snyder having a less than optimal exit from Siberia. We're going to get another modem simulation replay of what happened to him here. Snyder getting nicely through Siberia, but there goes Webster. And oh, actually, looks like Snyder caught the grass on the rear on the exit. You don't often see that. At least not in TCRs, anyway.
So a couple of driver changes taking place for those cars that have stopped. So James Scott has taken over the number 88 car from Ethan Grigault. We've got Cooper Murray now behind the wheel with car number 29 as well.
Yep, taking over the Guild of Australian Young Stars machine from Tyson Williams. And Cooper Webster now is in the pits, and it's going to be a driver change in that car as well. Jordan Caruso jumping in. Oscar Piastri brings the PP racing car in from third place. Brenton Hobson as well, bringing the SSR machine in. Rizzo is going to probably jump in as well, or is he? No, he is not. And this is a point that we should raise about Ross Rizzo. He's made quite a name for himself in Australian sim racing for being extremely good on fuel. He always seems to go a couple of laps longer than everyone else.
Should go a bit longer than everybody else in the first stint, then it will pay dividends when we get close to the end of the race, because it will give you a shorter pit stop later on. It could also mean that you have to spend a bit less time on your final set of tyres, so that can be the benefit of having good fuel economy.
Certainly can. Richard Tam in the Zamboni Drivers United car making a little bit of contact there as he navigated traffic. But the Evolution Racing Team cars are now back out on track together and in the reverse order to what they were before. 088 assuming effective second, and Jordan Caruso in the effective lead of the race.
So by staying out that extra lap, they've basically done the Cooper Webster and Jordan Caruso car what we might describe as the overcut strategy, where just by Cooper Webster being out on warm tyres and having some clear track, has been able to gain an advantage. But they're side by side as they head into Siberia, with Scott having a look on the outside of Caruso, looking to get the better exit. Scott definitely has a bit of extra performance compared to Jordan Caruso as they negotiate their way up through the Hayshed. A very high-speed committed right-hander up over Lukey Heights. You can see Caruso still working to try and get the tyres up to temperature, and Scott can see the opportunity. Down the inside he goes, makes the move through an MG corner and goes through to take what will be the effective lead of the motor race.
Yeah, and that what you see right there is the trade-off of the overcut. Once you pit, the car that you were battling with before will have already had a lap to get their tyres up to temperature. So James Scott has the tyres in the operating range at the moment. And the Trick Sim Sports car of Ross Rizzo is in the pits. And we will wait and see what happens as we see a safety car now. There is a competition caution from race control. The race is going to reset.
So this is going to bunch up the field, and the safety cars come out at a very interesting time, just when the bulk of the field had come in to make their pit stop. So the Evolution cars are still going to be first and second. Cooper Murray, who has taken over from Tyson Williams, he will be in third position once the field bunches up. And I'll tell you what, Ross Rizzo did not come into the pits a moment too soon, because if it had been a lap later, he would have got trapped by the safety car and he would have had to do his pit stop with the field bunched up, and that would have put him right to the back of the cars on the lead lap.
I'm concerned for a few of the drivers in the supercars field that have not pitted yet, because if they are marginal on fuel, they're going to have to put it in sixth gear and clutch it. I'm thinking about the likes of Alex Schuler in the fast lane Esports car, Jeremy Kerr, Paul Van Loan, who we're riding on board with. He is not pitted yet, and neither has Daniel Hetterscheid in the Team 111 Esports car. So they're going to have to wait an extra lap here behind the safety car before they can come in and fill up their tanks.
What happens if you're out of fuel when the safety car first comes out? If you pit, do you then get a penalty for coming into the pits while the pit lane was closed? You do, and there is no getting around that. It is an automated penalty assigned by the sim. It cannot be cleared by race control at the moment. So if you run out of fuel and you have to enter the pits, well, at the moment it's just tough, you know. But fortunately, the safety car conditions mean that the field is going to be bunched up again, and it also means that you'll have an extra chance to make your way back up later on. It'll be interesting to see what the TCR cars do here as well, Reese, because as you mentioned before, they do have very good fuel range. They can go a long way on a fuel, but we also know that their tyre degradation is quite high. And I'm just wondering if some of those top TCR runners will take this opportunity to pit under safety car, put some fresh tyres on, top the car up with fuel and hope that maybe that strategically works for them a bit later on in the race.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be something we're going to have to look out for. While we're under safety car, we do have a guest in the commentary box. Michael Laminato from the Box of Neutrals podcast has jumped on and helped out with the media and promotion for this event. Welcome to the commentary box, Michael. How are you enjoying the racing so far?
Good to be here, guys. Thanks. It's been interesting. I mean, it's not something we often, I know you touched on this earlier, see among supercars drivers, for example, is this traffic element. It's really added extra spice to this race, seeing how that's being judged. And I think we're finding it's presenting a lot of passing and fighting opportunities where otherwise around this circuit you wouldn't see them, different parts of the track.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to behold the way the traffic interacts, and it turns out this competition caution may or may not spice up the strategy in the TCR class, so that's going to throw a big spanner into the works.
Yeah, the real fascinating thing here is, of course, because the penalty for pitting behind a safety car means we don't have that rush. As you said, it would have been an opportune moment to really fill up with fuel, for example, and then try and go really long and see what we get to in that next third of the race. But here it does mean the strategy does change. We saw it was Rizzo in the pits earlier who happened to time that exactly perfectly. He's potentially going to gain out of that for pitting just before the safety car was triggered. So, and we can see some TCR cars taking this opportunity to enter the pits to try their luck.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple of supercars in there as well. It's the number 13 of Paul Van Loen. He's managed to make it through into the pits, and pit lane has absolutely come alive right now. TCR cars everywhere in the pits. Alex Schuler taking a pit stop as well. So it'll be interesting to see who gets the best run here out of the pits in the TCR cars. One thing, Michael, that we have not touched on yet is the importance of hitting your marks in the pit stop. Having said that, Jackson Suzlin-Harlow in the Altus Esports leading TCR just overshot his pit box.
The importance of not hitting other cars in the pit lane, I think, is something worth touching on there as well. All kinds of chaos going on in this pit lane. Yeah, as always, of course, important to hit your markers in this pit box. I'm not as familiar as you are with the how it works in iRacing, but a key part of the strategy, of course, is to minimize that pit lane time so you can maximize your benefit on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. And if you don't hit your marks absolutely perfectly in the TCR, if you're slightly off to the left or right, it can add anywhere from 2 to 10 seconds to your pit stop time as it simulates the crew going, what the heck is going on, and having to readjust their position. Jay Hansen has taken over the Astro Gaming Altus Esports car from Jackson Suzlin-Harlow. And Lockie, Jay Hansen, another pro driver competing in this race.
Indeed, and Jay Hansen races in TCR in real life, driving for the Ashley Deanwood Motorsport team in an Alfa Romeo TCR car. So he's proven himself to be a pretty handy steerer in the sim racing side of things as well. Another one of the drivers who's been a fairly prominent front runner in the ARG Esports Cup, in which the opening 2 rounds have been held in these Audi A3 TCR cars. So Jay Hansen, I think, obviously it was a very impressive opening stint from Jackson Suzlin-Harlow, but I think Jay Hansen will be up to the job as well.
Getting some news that the Thomas Randall and Cam Waters car has been repaired, so they're going to get some of that pace back in the Monster Sky Sands racing car. And having said that, Thomas Randall has taken over the car from Cam Waters, so we'll be able to see how he matches up against the rest of this supercars field, as the number 279 Probo SimSports car with Paul Rogers at the wheel assumes the lead of your TCR class.
This gets interesting now, doesn't it? Because this safety car has obviously bunched up the field, but not only that, with the pit stop cycle taking place, we've had a lot of driver changes. So a lot of the cars have now got different drivers on board. So it's like starting a whole entire new motor race. Driver changes have taken place in both of the front-running Evolution Racing Team cars. Cooper Murray, as we mentioned, the current Porsche Carrera Cup Australian Championship leader, so another very good real-life racing driver in the number 29 car, relieving Tyson Williams of driving duties in that car. Ben Christensen's taken over from Thomas Hinz in the number 7 car, which has featured in the top 5 or 6 positions for most of this race, and Tyson McAvoy is now in car 037. Christian Pancioni has taken over from Oscar Piastri. Matt Charter relieving Brendan Hobson of driving duties in car number 88. So lots of driver changes taking place. It'll be interesting to see at the race start here, Reece, just how long it takes these secondary drivers to get themselves into a rhythm and get up to pace. So I get the feeling that we might have a bit of action once we get a resumption of play here.
Yeah, and we will get a resumption of play very soon. Race controllers just waving drivers around the pace car. TCR cars that were ahead of the TCR leader on track when the safety car came out. So they're going to be sorting that out. They'll come around the track towards the back of the field, and we can resume business as usual. Before we go, Green, Michael, it's turned out to be an excellent time for sim racing at the moment, with many real-life series getting involved, getting on the bandwagon, and Supercars with their All-Stars E-Series has certainly proved that sim racing can really make it big.
Yeah, it's really been the gateway, if you like, to the more average, let's say, purely real-life fan by getting these series on board. Supercars being a great example of it, being on free-to-air eventually, and also subscription TV meant that people who maybe weren't exposed to it in the past have that opportunity to get into it. And it's especially good when you do have the stars of those real categories in these cars, because it keeps that link alive. And we've obviously got some here in this race as well, which is really good to see how they fare in what, of course, looks like real-life racing, but is subtly different at least. There is an art to sim racing, and we're seeing them challenged by that.
Yes, indeed. The art of sim racing is, it is quite different from driving a real race car, even though the goal is to simulate it as accurately as possible. I mean, you can't exactly feel the G-forces. You can't have that seat of your pants feel like you do in a real race car. You're often looking at a screen or having a look through a virtual reality headset. So there is a bit to get used to if you're a real racing driver who is unaccustomed to sim racing. But as these TCR cars make their way past the Supercars field, getting waved around the pace car, it's probably going to be at least one lap before we go green again. We will be talking to you throughout this broadcast, Michael, but just tell us a bit about your podcast.
Yes, so I don't know if I should proudly admit this, but of course, Box of Neutrals is one of the podcasts I'm working on, a Formula One podcast, co-hosted by Rob James, of course, famous now for being involved in a rather significant accident early in this race with Cam Waters. He's well down the order now, partner with Damien McCartney in the number 39 car. So he's had better days, but he's having a go, and it's for a good cause, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, certainly. It's awesome to see everyone jumping on to this event and showing their support for Australia's fireys and for bushfire relief efforts all over the nation. Of course, with the global situation at the moment, with basically all motorsport being either postponed or cancelled, now is sim racing's time to shine, and I certainly think that everyone has stepped up and done a sterling job of bringing the public their motor racing entertainment. So the safety car lights off. We will wait and see if race control decides to extend the caution for another lap to allow the wave-by cars to catch up. But Lockie, now it's the lead once again for the 088 car, and going to have to time this start incredibly well. It's going to be a single-file restart for this.
I do like the fact that those TCR cars get waved through, because it just means that TCR cars that might have been unfairly trapped between by the safety car and in themselves, or got themselves into a position where they would have been lapped down, get the chance to get that lap back. And it also just means that we don't have TCR cars getting jumbled up with supercars at this race start. So good stuff there from race control. But like I said, it's like beginning a whole new motor race, because we've got different drivers on board the cars, and it's going to be up to our race leader, James Scott, to control the pace of this race start. He leads his Evolution Racing teammate, Jordan Caruso. So as it's been all race long, it's the Panther Racing Fuels cars running first and second in this race. Cooper Murray sitting in third spot. Ben Christensen and Tyson McAvoy rounding out the top 5 as we get back underway here in the race for relief at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, and 3 wide there coming across the start-finish stretch, and fighting very hard here is Paul Rogers and Jay Hansen. This is for the lead in TCR. Jay Hansen with his first race laps in this car. They've got a supercar for company as well, the Zuva machine, the 209 of Brett Loxton. So, my goodness, holding it round the outside. Jay Hansen using his real-life experience to its full effect here. He's going to have the inside for the Honda hairpin.
And the driver of that supercar behind finds his path completely blocked by a couple of TCR cars.
Oh.
What a move from Jay Hansen. Deep under brakes into turn 4. The supercar goes sailing off the racetrack altogether, and it's Jay Hansen with a mega committed move on Paul Rogers, who goes through, take back the lead for Altus Esports in the TCR class.
Excellent move there from Mr. Hansen, and he's got a big advantage back to the next car, so it's going to be a resumption of consistency for them. Cameron Dance, meanwhile, making his way through the lapped cars in the supercars field as Josh Cavallaro and Martin Turner continue this fight. No, Mitch Dean, my apologies. Those Chicken Up Racing cars can confuse me every so often, especially when I'm racing directly against them in the Australian Turbo Touring Car Series. But Mitch Dean through there.
Mitch Dean's been in the thick of the action all race long. We saw him having a good battle with Hamish Cleland earlier on. As we look back to the repaired Monster Energy Tickford Racing supercar, which now has Thomas Randall behind the wheel. He restarted the race in 11th position. Thomas Randall, who's already gained 1 spot, moved that car up into 11th spot.
Yes, and speaking of the number 88, just ahead of him, Matt Charter's taken over from Brendan Hobson, and as I say that, he's locked the rears coming into Honda, and Matt Charter having to re-enter the circuit, losing a whole bunch of positions out of that one. Those cold tyres are catching people out here.
Cold tyres and drivers who are still getting used to the balance of these supercars, having, in many cases, only just jumped into these cars and then spent a number of laps behind safety cars.
McAvoy.
James Scott's pulled clear in the lane of this race. Jordan Caruso coming under pressure from Cooper Murray in the battle for second and third spot as Thomas Randall gains another spot, slides down the inside at MJ Corner.
Modem simulation replay, because we're about to get what happened here between those two. Tyson McAvoy getting off the track, coming through Hayshed. This was side by side with the Southwood Mustang. A little bit of contact there in Hayshed just sent McAvoy straight off, and very lucky not to collect anyone when he re-entered the circuit. That was great avoiding action from the Synergy Mustang, and there goes Thomas Randall. Scott Nolan getting very lucky there. Oh no, I've just seen an incident happen on track. Guy Leach has made contact with, oh, goodness me, who is that? That is Dalton Ellery having to make his way back onto the circuit. This happened in turn 1. No, it's actually Scott Nolan making contact with Dalton Ellery, and that's a huge crash there. A couple of drivers caught up in that. Michael Cracknell, an innocent victim as well.
And I think Thomas Randall had to go off the road there to take evasive action as well. So just as we predicted race at this race start, with cars travelling at all different speeds, jockeying for positions, drivers still dealing with tyres that are maybe not quite up to temperature, and it's creating a bit of chaos just in the second lap after this safety car restart.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's going to be a little bit before things settle down. Brett Loxton has just encountered a couple more issues with Dalton Ellery having to take some evasive action, and everyone is just skittering around the racetrack at the moment, trying their best to maintain some semblance of normalcy. Meanwhile, in TCR, a battle has eventuated here for position 10. Paul Rigoli and Paul Cox. These two guys Haven't seen them matched up just yet. Coming through Lukey Heights, it looks like Paul Cox is really monstering the back of Rigoli here.
So these cars a little bit further down the order in TCR as we see Rigoli running wide at MG, loses momentum on the exit of that corner. Through goes Paul Cox to gain a position, and they'll negotiate their way through the long sweeping left hand as it turns 11 and 12. Will be Paul Cox who picks up that position. I've just noticed as well that we've had a change in second position in the supercars class. Cooper Murray has relieved Jordan Caruso of second position. So for the first time in this race, the Evolution Racing cars are not running in positions 1 and 2. Here they are on screen now.
Yes, indeed. This is what happened. So Cooper Murray, an incredibly skilled driver, both in real life and in sim racing, getting by him at Honda, it seems, actually. That's where it happened. A nice out-braking move. It looks like he got a really good run out of the southern loop. So firing that move up, just line it up, and through he goes. Jordan Caruso, he's shown some excellent form in VRS V8 Scops and in various Australian touring car series we have running in the Australian iRacing community. But unfortunately, not quite able to keep up the pace at the moment. We'll see how he goes later on in the stint. Meanwhile, battle for top 5. It's less than 4/10 between Christian Pancioni and Ross Rizzo.
So Christian Pancioni continuing on the good work that was done by Oscar Piastri in the opening stint and trying to defend at the moment from Ross Rizzo, who has had a very, very consistent race so far. One of the solo drivers in the field. He's doing the entire duration of this race all on his own, but maintaining that car's position within the top 6 at this stage.
I tell you what, there's probably going to be a battle to look out for shortly, because Liam Lawson, who is still on the recovery drive from the incident and the drive-through given to him earlier, he's starting to draw up to the back of Thomas Randall here, fighting for position 12, and Randall has had a little bit of traffic to deal with there. Be interesting to see what Lawson can do.
We've seen Thomas Randall and Liam Lawson both succeed in the New Zealand Toyota Racing Series, so both those drivers come from a very successful open wheel background in terms of real life motorsport competition. They're about to start duking it out in the sim racing world as well, and that safety car, I'll tell you what, that got Liam Lawson off the hook. He was able to get back onto the lead lap, he was able to get back most of the time that he lost with that drive-through penalty earlier on, so it's got him right back into the game.
It certainly has, but he's got a little bit of lap traffic to deal with. No, sorry, not lap traffic, my apologies. It's still pretty early in my morning, so... Oh no! There we go! Jordan Caruso has gone off from 3rd place, and he's falling back down the order. That was an incident probably at turn 1, and this is something that we've already seen a few times before in this race.
So battling with Cooper Murray there, obviously, and both of them had some TCR cars that they were trying to negotiate their way through at turn 1. Cooper Murray was able to get past them safely. Let's see what's happened to Jordan Caruso, and he's had contact with one of those TCR cars, which has sent the Evolution Racing Commodore spinning off the racetrack on the approach to Southern Loop.
Isaac Snyder was in the middle of a battle for 8th place there, and obviously a bit caught out by how early the supercars have to brake for these turns. The TCR can brake much later, so that's incredibly unfortunate. Inter-class contact, and this time it was a TCR hitting a supercar. Pancioni and Rizzo, meanwhile, battle for 4th. This is really heating up now. Rizzo with an excellent run out of the final turn and right on the bumper of Christian Pancioni. And this is going to be a move in turn 1, but we've seen how drivers can hold the outside through this corner. But it looks like Ross Rizzo's managed to get the job done nice and securely before they even got to the apex.
We've seen that you can hold the outside through turn 1, but we've also seen just how quickly the grip disappears if you run too wide out into the marbles there. So good heads-up driving there from Christian Pancioni to understand that Rizzo had the move done, just to breathe out of the throttle, tuck back in behind, and make sure that he kept that car on the black stuff.
Having a look here at the position battle for 6th back. Scott Nolan currently sitting in position 6th. Scott Gamble right behind him, who's taken over from Brenton O'Brien in the number 26. And they've got Thomas Randall right behind them. Liam Lawson has not been able to keep up that run of pace that he'd had over the last couple of laps, going through a whole bunch of TCR traffic. So he's lost out a bit to Thomas Randall, but now they have a little bit of clear air ahead of them. Next TCR car up the track is Ashley Norman in the Chicken Up Racing machine.
And there's a couple of cars just outside the top 10 that are both recovering from incidents. So Jordan Caruso and also Tyson McAvoy just outside the top 10 at this stage. We saw McAvoy with the huge off through the hay shed a few laps ago. We saw Jordan Caruso on the previous lap having spin at Southern Loop after contact with the TCR car. The other thing that's interesting, just having a look at the lap times between our two race leaders, James Scott and Cooper Murray. Cooper Murray was actually a little bit quicker on the last lap compared to James Scott, but Scott responded last time through and has opened up the margin back to Cooper Murray down to almost 3 seconds.
So James Scott doing an absolutely sterling job at the moment in the 088. We want to thank you for your generosity. We've had a $50 donation come into Gamerade in the last hour. A big thanks to anyone who is able to donate. We've managed to raise almost $1,000 so far just from entry fees alone, so any extra support is certainly appreciated. Also got to think about Rob Harris as well, who is set to compete in this race. He streams on Twitch as well, and he has made a pledge that, whoa, as we see Thomas Hins there, or the car that Thomas Hins was formerly driving, Ben Christensen taking over with a bit of an off-track excursion at Lukey Heights, managed to get back on track. But Rob Harris has promised that if he raises over $1,000 on his Twitch stream, he'll shave his head live.
Nice one. Oh, well, if that's not an incentive to donate to his cause, I don't know what is, but a bit of a mistake there for Ben Christensen. He was under some pressure from Ross Rizzo because they headed up into Lukey Heights, and he just made a mistake all on his own. Thankfully, he was able to get back on without too much damage and without losing too many positions, but he has fallen back into the clutches of the next group of cars. Now, we have been talking about the solo drivers and the fact that they have to maintain their concentration levels quite a long time in this endurance race today, but the advantage of being a solo driver, of course, is then you're always aware of your car's balance, the tyre degradation, and how the car is going to behave. So, particularly as we see Thomas Randall making contact with the back of Scott Gamble's car, the advantage of being a solo driver is that because you're not swapping drivers, you're not having to go through this slightly awkward phase where you're understanding what the track conditions are like and how the car's behaving. So right now, Ross Rizzo, who has been on board that car since the start of the race, that's going to be his biggest draw card or his biggest trump card against the cars that he's racing against at the moment, all of which have got fairly fresh drivers on board.
Exactly right. That is one of the things you have to consider in the midst of endurance racing. Ashley Norman currently sitting in 6th in the TCR class. He's got Hamish Cleland up ahead of him in the green RS3. You see just up there in the background. And gap just over 2 seconds at the moment, but he is gradually gaining, even though he's having to navigate his way through faster supercars traffic. Oh, I'm seeing a TCR car off at the first corner. Damien McCartney in the McGinley Motorsport car. It's going to be a nice, safe re-entry here for him. Taking his time, nice and easy. We'll get a modem simulation replay, see what happened to him. Apparently it's contact with Scott Nolan, who would have been coming through in the supercar, the 018, missing the rear wing. And looks like McCartney did it all on his own, just a little bit too far over to the left. Once those tyres get on the grass, even a quarter of the way, you're absolutely gone.
Well, the problem there for Damien McCartney was that he was actually being... He knew that there were the fastest supercars coming through, and he did a very good job to stay well out of their way, but unfortunately he ended up a bit too far out of their way and went off the racetrack altogether.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's there's an awful lot that swims around in a driver's head when you're in the middle of a multi-class racing situation, and that's one of the things that separates good endurance drivers from the rest of them, is the ability to manage those decisions and manage those decisions in traffic. Meanwhile, Justin McCartney and Joshua Cavallaro, this is another battle in TCR for 8th and 9th, and it's looking like McCartney has a good run of pace. Cavallaro is usually a midfield competitor in the Australian Turbo Touring Car Series, and I haven't seen much of Justin McCartney, so it'll be interesting to see how this battle turns out.
A slow TCR car running out of turn 11 there. It's on its way into the pits, just sitting there on the left-hand side of the circuit. In terms of the TCR battle for the lead, it is Jay Hansen still out in front, but Paul Rogers has not let him disappear up the road. Paul Rogers is still within 2 seconds. As we've got Jordan Caruso, more dramas this time on the exit of turn 4, the hairpin.
Whoa! I think I saw Matt Charter spinning in the back there, yes. Unfortunately, that's created a whole gaggle of an awkward situation there. Charter not having the best luck down at Honda.
And that car's got a big scar on the right-hand side now as well, just to illustrate the contact that he's clearly had with someone. Let's have a look at what happened to Jordan Caruso. So he was catching back up to one of the other Evolution cars that's actually been nose-to-tail contact there at turn number 4.
Cameron Dance.
Cameron Dance there in the number 27 car who's gone into the back of him. And Matt Charter's just run out of road on the exit, run out over the AstroTurf. And that's seen the number 88 car spin around, and as Charters jumps back on the accelerator to try and flick spin it, he's almost taken out one of the TCR cars.
Yeah, going to have to be a bit more careful than that, I think. Mario Vartanian, we briefly focus on in the Audi. But Jordan Caruso now, he's fighting incredibly hard for this 12th position, and Cameron Dance, who made contact with him before, has redressed the position, so he's going to have another go at getting by Jordan Caruso now. But both of them are a bit further back in the field than they would want to be, and both of them battling with their own sort of sub-battles, so to speak.
Just shows how quickly fortunes can change. When Cooper Webster was on board the car, which is now being driven by Jordan Caruso, he was right up in the lead pack, but since Jordan Caruso's jumped on board, it's all gone a bit pear-shaped for that car, as we see Christian Pancioni battling it out with Ben Christensen. This is the contest for positions 4 and 5.
Yes, and oh my goodness, just seen Scott Nolan go straight off at MG, and he did that all on his own. Liam Lawson firing one up the inside of a TCR, and unfortunately, Nolan had to take avoiding action. Michael Cracknell out of the race, and not quite sure what's gone on there for the number 46. Oh my goodness, blowing an engine, and that's right in Hayshed as well. That is a very inconvenient place for that to happen, so Michael Cracknell and Guy Leach, they've got some extra work to do now.
I would suggest that any spot to blow an engine is pretty inconvenient, particularly if there's cars that are travelling close behind you at the time. There it is, the telltale puff of smoke for Michael Cracknell, and that will be his day done.
That's very unfortunate for those guys. Hopefully they'll be able to fix that and get it back out on the circuit and be classified. Well, update on the TCR lead. Jay Hansen is enjoying an almost 2-second lead now over Paul Rogers. So in that Astro Gaming Altus Esports car, himself and Jackson Suzlin-Harlow are having an excellent time. Paul Rogers, he's holding station very nicely in second. There's a very large gap back to Martin Turner. It's actually quite the gap, really. They're making their way through Hayshed now. Martin Turner's only just going through turn 2.
There's Cameron Dance at the moment, who's still in behind Jordan Caruso. There is the gap, so that gives you a visual gap back to the Martin Turner car in the TCR class, which is running 32nd out right in this race at the moment, so the margin between Jay Hansen and Paul Rogers, not that much in it between our first and second place TCR cars, but like you say, then it's about another half minute back to Martin Turner, the third placed of the TCR cars, as this battle continues between Jordan Caruso and Cameron Dance. We saw Cameron Dance trying to make the move on Jordan Caruso a bit earlier on at turn number 4, wasn't able to get the job done, redressed the position and drops back in behind Jordan Caruso. No doubt he'll have another attack at the Evolution Racing Panther Race Fuels ZB Commodore when the opportunity presents itself.
It's not going to present itself just yet, because that's not the exit that Cam would have wanted from Southern Loop. He's going to have to regain some of that time as the battle is continuing here between Liam Lawson and Thomas Randall. We're going to get a replay of what happened to the number 81 here down at down at Honda rather, and it looks like just a straight up pass there for Liam Lawson, stuck on the outside. Was oh no, hold up a minute, we've been asked to watch the wheel of Liam Lawson here. Oh no, my goodness, Christian Pancione, yeah, it looks like there was a bit of contact. No, or clipped the grass on the inside a bit at Stoner as well, so that is what contributed to the bad run he had into the hairpin. And you see the gap that Lawson and Randall have stretched out already, and now they are literally fighting nose to tail.
So Pancione's lost spots to both Thomas Randall and Liam Lawson. Lawson, the man on the move at the moment, and he's had very good pace, and he's made up a few positions in recent laps. What he and Thomas Randall have to try and do now is work together to catch up to the next car up the road, which is Ross Rizzo. Ben Christensen, it is the next car up the road, the Ultra Tune sponsored car, which runs in position 4 at this stage. So the outright order at the moment, James Scott is your race leader. Car that's pretty much dominated this race since the start, the 088 car being shared by James Scott and Ethan Grigolt. It leads the way by 5.2 seconds over Cooper Murray. Ross Rizzo sits in third position at the moment. He is 16.8 seconds off the lead of the motor race. And then it's Ben Christensen, Thomas Randall, Liam Lawson, Christian Pancione, Scott Gamble, Brett Roxton and Jordan Caruso completing the top 10.
In your TCR class, Jay Hansen leads in the Astra Gaming Altus Esports, the number 215 out on track. Paul Rogers in second place in the Probo SimSports machine, the 279. Team Martin Turner at the wheel in third place, and his Chicken Up Racing teammate Mitch Dean is running in fourth. The third Chicken Up car with Ashley Norman at the wheel completes the top 5, so Chicken Up Racing is having a really good time at the moment in the top 5. Isaac Snyder, the solo driver in the Can-Am VRL car, he sits in 6th. 7th place is the LM Motorsports machine. Justin McCartney at the wheel of the number 253. Calioth Racing Chronicle, Hamish Cleland at the wheel, and my goodness, having to take a bit of avoiding action there as Tyson McAvoy goes by him. No Luck M Sport TCR, Paul Rigoli in 9th place, with the top 10 in your TCR class rounded out by Paul Cox in the Ice Dragons Racing Black Machine. So, wow, what a field we have, man. I mean, I can't get over the amount of pro drivers that are taking part in this. It's fantastic to see the class of this field.
I'm really enjoying this multi-class format as well. It added an extra dimension to proceedings, having both the supercars and the TCR cars, which, apart from the fact that there is quite a wide speed differential between the cars, the fact that they both produce their lap times completely differently as well, and the whole traffic management scenario has created another, I suppose, element that the drivers and the teams have had to contend with. So made it a very, very interesting race so far. Still so much to play out, isn't there? We've still got over 2 hours to go. Still a lot of strategy, a lot of driver changes, a lot of tactical decisions that are going to have to be made over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, there's going to be at least a few more stints to deal with. And, oh, I've actually noticed Thomas Harder in the Can-Am VRL Audi, he found the pit wall down the start-finish straight. He actually caught the grass on exit, I think. Oh, no, actually, there was contact. The number 209 of Brett Loxton came up on him right on the exit of the last turn. Have a look at this modem simulation replay. We're looking back from Tom Harder, and here comes Loxton, smacks him there on the exit, and in goes Harder hard into the pit wall. He's not going to be too happy with that.
No, that's a difficult position for a supercar to be catching up to the back of a TCR car. The final racetrack where cars are already very heavily loaded up and right on the limit of adhesion at very high speed. Not a lot of space to go if you encounter a slower car through there. So a bit of a difficult situation for both of those drivers to try and manage. Here is the battle for positions 4, 5 and 6, because both Thomas Randall and Liam Lawson have made up some ground on Ben Christensen. So we've got Christensen in the Mustang, Randall in the Mustang, and Lawson in the Commodore battling over what will be positions 4, 5 and 6 in the motor race.
And Ben Christensen has done a fantastic job of holding on to that 4th position since the restart. He's been unperturbed by everything that's gone on around him as the drivers around him have continued to battle. He's actually extending a bit of a gap here versus Randall and Lawson as they start to fight with each other. And this is one of the things you have to consider. You don't want to get in each other's way too much if you want to gain positions. That's not going to help Randall with Jordan Shalala in the middle of turn 1. And here comes Lawson. Oh no, Randall tries to cover. They make contact. Both of them off the circuit, making contact with each other. Liam Lawson is going to have to get back onto the circuit and lose a couple of positions. Randall manages to continue, but I'm not sure how race control are going to perceive that. It looked like an optimistic move from Lawson, but then Randall covered quite aggressively.
Well, it happened when Randall was balked up by that TCR car on the exit of Southern Loop. Lawson had a slight speed advantage over Randall. He managed to get a bit of an overlap, but there wasn't quite room, was there, to get down the inside into turn 4. Liam Lawson was on the extreme dirty side of the racetrack and just wasn't able to get the car stopped. So they made contact. Big question that you have to ask now is, has that done any sort of damage to either one of those race cars?
Kellyanne Lowndes 2006, anyone? That reminds me of a certain incident. But, of course, race control are going to be right on that, and they will decide whether that was a racing incident or not. This battle for the end of the top 10 in TCR is still ongoing. Rigoli and Cox battling with each other. Gap is now 0.4 of a second, and you can see that Cox, he does get some good runs in a straight line and actually running wide as Paul Rigoli, but that's going to help his exit. He manages to get the traction down and regain that gap. Oh, take care, Paul. Easy, easy, easy. That's what happens when the rears catch the gravel. But once again, doing that front-wheel drive save.
That's what you described as backing it in, and it looks pretty cool and spectacular when you watch it from the outside, but it's very much not the fastest way to get around the racetrack. One of the things that you do discover when you drive a TCR car or any sort of front-wheel drive race car races, that you want to try and get the car straightened up as quickly as you can before you get back on the accelerator, because the inside front wheel, particularly on the exit of slow corners, and particularly if you've got a bit of camber on the road, is quite prone to spinning up. So you want to straighten up the car to minimise the wheel spin. And we've got Christian Pancioni playing in the gravel at Lukey Heights with the TCR car. Christian Pancioni was running in position 6 at the time. It looks like he's got tangled up with one of the slower cars, and there's now some damage on the front left-hand corner of the number 81 car. Modem simulation replay will tell us the story of what's happened. Whoa! One of the TCR cars with the monumental off, and he's come back on out of control. Whack! Straight into the side of Pancioni, who would have had absolutely no chance of winning that incident.
I could see exactly where that was going. It was like watching a car crash in slow motion, except it was in real time. But Jason Rabe, unfortunately, I think not much that he could have done from that perspective, and that's what ended up happening to him. making some contact there. Thomas Randall getting into the back of him. So it wasn't even Rabe's fault.
The initial off-track excursion certainly wasn't, I don't really think that he could have done with the rejoin either, because once you grass there at the hay shed, you are pretty much a passenger. You have to feel for Christian Pancioni, because he was the totally innocent victim in that one. Once again, race will be interesting to see what race control say about that one.
Yes, indeed. And once we get updates from race control on any incidents out on track, we will relay them to you as soon as possible. Well, Liam Lawson now with... oh, well, hold on a minute. We were going to talk about that, but where has this come from? The lead is now on in TCR. Jay Hansen has lost a whole bunch of time here, and now Paul Rogers right on the back of him.
Just having a look at the lap times as well between Paul Rogers and Jay Hansen. So Paul Rogers was 0.3 of a second quicker than Hansen on the previous lap. This could just be a bit of a tyre management thing here. Maybe Hansen's gone a bit too hard too early and cooked the front tyres on that Audi, because Paul Rogers is now right there with him. Of course, there are some supercars that are negotiating their way through as well, which will separate the TCR cars for a little bit. But Paul Rogers has definitely started to apply the pressure to Jay Hansen for the lead in the TCR class. Only half a second separating those two cars.
Yeah, well, we'll see how Hansen responds to this, whether or not he finds some extra pace in his machine, dial the brake bias back a few clicks, get a little bit of extra turn in, take it a little bit easier on the fronts, but doesn't look like he's able to gain much. Rogers is still staying right with him. We're seeing a report of the number 6 supercar into the 211 TCR. That's the incident between Randall and Rabe being reported to race control. So we will see how that one turns out. But now it is on. Super on for the lead. A bit of contact, nose to tail, bump drafting, Morse code by Paul Rogers on the back of Jay Hansen, and side by side into turn 1. No, Rogers backs out of it, but you can tell he is sizing up a move now. Jay Hansen is in trouble.
He is in trouble in terms of speed, but if there's one thing that we know about Jay Hansen, racecraft is pretty impressive, and he will fight and fight to hold on to this position. Phillip Island is a circuit where Jay Hansen has had plenty of experience and success in real life as well. It was the scene of his first race victory in the Australian Formula 4 Championship last year. But right now he's under pressure, Jay Hansen, because Paul Rogers is looking to the inside, he's looking to the outside. He's looking every which way to try and make a move on the Altus Esports TCR car. We've still got some supercars that are working their way through and separating this battle at various stages. But Jay Hansen very much under pressure at the moment.
Yeah, I think Jay Hansen would have been thanking Dalton Ellery as he blasted by, because it's given him a little bit more breathing room for now. But you see he's running slightly wide in Lukey Heights. It's not going to be too much fun in that TCR at the moment. Remember, these guys still have yet to take their second pit stop of the race. And Ross Rizzo, currently running in position number 3, is going to blast by these guys on the entry to the last turn, and they are back together again. Our battle for the lead in TCR. Hansen taking a big amount of curb in the final turn, but it's not helping his momentum, because Paul Rogers, the mother of all drafts here down the front straight, and he's stuck on the outside once again into turn 1. And a little bit of side-by-side contact as well for good measure. Jay Hansen is letting Paul Rogers know that he won't give him an inch.
Paul Rogers is getting very, very good exits from the fast corners, particularly the final corner of turn number 12, which demonstrates the point that I was making before about tyres. And we've got a slow car coming out of Southern Loop. That balks up Jay Hansen. This is going to give Paul Rogers a big opportunity. They weave left and right on the run into turn 3, side-to-side contact as they negotiate their way down towards turn 4, the hairpin. It's a big braking duel into one of the biggest stops on the circuit, and still Jay Hansen manages to hold on.
Only just, though. And Paul Rogers, you see, showing the nose a little bit there into Siberia. Meanwhile, this battle for 6th and 4th back in the supercars class is absolutely heating up, but that battle for the lead in TCR is where it's at the moment. Jay Hansen and Paul Rogers still locked together as they come through Lukey Heights. Hansen struggling a bit with oversteer coming into Lukey Heights. That's not too bad in a TCR car, but you don't want a lack of stability. And Dalton Ellery, once again, he's having an awful lot of off-track excursions in that number 12 Mustang, and it looked like Jay Hansen had to take some avoiding action there as the TCR lead is now experiencing this fourth place battle back in the supercars class. They're all coming through on them now, and Hansen has a little bit of an extra gap there thanks to that rigmarole. So he has breathing room for at least one more lap.
Just noticed as well that the number 6 Monster Energy supercar is disappearing down the timing screen, so some issue for the Tom Randall and Cameron Waters entry. We're hearing that it could actually be some technical issues with that car, so a bit of a shame for the number 6 car. We'll see if they can rejoin the racetrack at some stage. What that means, though, is that Liam Lawson has worked his way up into 4th position outright ahead of Ben Christensen, Scott Gamble, Jordan Caruso and Brett Loxton. That was that battle of the supercars that we were watching as they negotiated their way past the leading TCR battle.
Yeah, and we turn our attention back to that once again. Jay Hansen going down into second gear, and oh no, he's dipped a wheel out onto the grass on the exit of Siberia. It's ruined his exit. It's given a big run to Paul Rogers, but he's not going to have the space to try and make a move up at Lukey Heights. Hansen getting a bit lucky there with the nature of the track, but you see Rogers going super hard there into Lukey, and he's going to go for the move here, potentially. No, Hansen covers him. They make a bit of rear-end contact. Hansen is not giving this up by any stretch of the imagination. They got another supercar to contend with as well, the number 27 of Cameron Dance, who's currently in position 9. Oh, don't go 3 wide, guys. Dance has to stay out of this one, but on the entry into the final turn, Paul Rogers with a bit of contact with Jay Hansen. He takes the lead on track in the TCR class. So now Jay Hansen is going to have to focus on recovery.
He got pretty aggressive in the end there, Paul, but he had the overlap at track position to be able to make that move. Jay coming out of the 12th and final corner, and I think the supercar there of Cameron Dance probably just helps things a bit as well, because as he worked his way past both of those TCR cars, Jay Hansen got forced one out and one wide and wouldn't have had quite as much grip as if he had been on the racing line. And in the end, that was the opportunity that Paul Rogers needed to get the move done for lead in the TCR class.
And he does it as we enter under 2 hours to go in the race for relief. A reminder that you can donate to Gamerade, to a Koala charity and to PayPal's charities as well in support of Australian bushfire relief. Just go to canamvrl.com/race for relief and you'll be able to donate to what is a very good cause. We've already had a $50 donation come in the last hour. We thank you for your generosity. So Matt Charter now with another slight off-track excursion for himself in the number 88, making his way back past our TCR leaders. And you can see that Jay Hansen has started to regain a little bit here on Paul Rogers. It's not by much, but he's still remaining within 7/10 of a second, or 8/10 rather.
Matt Charter, incidentally, currently running down in 20th position. James Scott continues to lead the race outright by 9.3 seconds over Cooper Murray. Ross Rizzo sitting in 3rd position ahead of Liam Lawson. Jordan Caruso, Ben Christensen, Brent Loxton, Scott Gamble, Cameron Dance and Xavier Bellamy rounding out the top 10. And this is Jordan Caruso making the move through on Ben Christensen. I'll tell you what, considering the dramas that he was involved in at the beginning of his stint, including getting spun off the circuit at Southern Loop, Jordan Caruso's not done a bad job to find his way back up into the top 5.
Yeah, certainly. We're staying with this replay because there was another eventuation. Christensen actually fighting back there versus Jordan Caruso, and side by side on the run up to Siberia, Caruso has the inside. So this battle went on for a few more corners than I think Caruso would have hoped. But you are right. once he's managed to get those tyres into their operating range, once he's gotten a few laps under his belt, Caruso has been brilliant and making his way back up into the top 5. So it's not over for the number 11 ERT machine. And we're going to stay with the replay longer because let's have a look at this move from Brett Loxton on the inside of Ben Christensen down at MG. And that was a very cleanly done, very assertive move.
Yeah, Ben Christensen hasn't quite had the pace in recent laps, and he's just been shuffled back a few positions, back to 7th position, and actually in danger of losing another spot at the moment because he's got Scott Gamble right up behind him as well. Oh, and slow TCR car coming out of Southern Loop, which interrupts the battle between those two supercar drivers.
Yeah, that's the number 235, the CBF racing car of Jordan Shalala. Let's see what happened to him there. It looks like he just ran a bit too deep. Oh, God, that's scary. My goodness, I would not want to be in that position. There was a little bit of a hit there from Liam Lawson as well that eventuated for Mr. Shalala. Lawson, we should highlight, is up into 4th place as we see our race leader coming in onto pit lane. James Scott bringing the Evolution Racing Team 088 back into the pits. So he is the first of the Supercars drivers to blink and take their second pit stop.
And an excellent stint for him out in front, just managing the race from position 1. Now, interesting to see whether he stays on board that car for a double stint or if Ethan Griggolt gets back behind the wheel. Keep in mind that there will still be another pit stop to come after this one. So it could be that he stays on board for a double stint and then Ethan Griggolt takes back the reins of that car for the final run to the checkered flag.
Yeah, it looks like that's what's going to happen because James Scott is remaining in the car as it's up on the jacks and having the fuel put in. And we're hearing some unfortunate news for Thomas Randall and Cam Waters. Car 6 is officially out of the race. So it's sad. We say goodbye to Mr. Randall and Mr. Waters, but we certainly appreciate their presence in this race, and they brought us some fantastic entertainment while they were here. Thank you, guys.
Yes, big thank you. I echo those thoughts to Cameron Waters and Thomas Randall. We'll be seeing Cameron Waters back in action for the Supercars A-Series round number 2 next Wednesday night. We'll be seeing Tom Randall back in action for round 3 of the ARG Esports Cup, which will be held next Thursday night and which you can watch via the SimSpeed TV network.
Yes, indeed. We'll take a look at Ben Christensen and Scott Gamble here. Christensen having to find his way through on TCR machinery, and Scott Gamble is gradually regaining that position on him. Cooper Murray brings in the Guild of Australian Young Stars car, and Ross Rizzo assumes the race lead here. Now, Rizzo, I think, will expect him in about 2 laps as we see James Scott in his first laps out already in traffic and having to deal with some very awkward situations, but he manages to get a good exit there out of the final turn. Unfortunately, he cannot get past the number 81 into the final turn. He's going to have to work a bit harder.
And that's the wounded car of Christian Pancioni, which was getting turfed off the road up at Lukey Heights a bit earlier on. But James Scott there, that was very sensible driving. He didn't rush that passing manoeuvre on Christian Pancioni, and for him there was absolutely no need to rush. He had a big lead over his closest pursuer, so there was absolutely nothing to be gained by taking any unnecessary risks. For James Scott, he basically just needs to keep doing what he's been doing ever since he jumped into that car, and that is to keep punching out consistent lap times, and more importantly, stay out of trouble.
Exactly right, and he's doing a very good job of that. There's a car off in front of him, though. JF Richard in the Team 4SR sim racing machine with a little off-track excursion there out of Melbourne, and it just looks like he spent a bit of time having to get that car going again. Just a spin down at Melbourne for him. But running 4 laps down in 27th position, still out there, still classified. It's all about plugging away in these endurance races, as we see Jordan Caruso bring the second Evolution Racing Team machine into the pits. We'll see what happens here in the number 11, whether Caruso is going to be staying in for the rest of the middle stint.
Once again, I reckon that, because no disrespect to Jordan Caruso because his lap times have been good, but I do think that Cooper Webster is probably the quicker of the drivers in that car. So if I was the team manager, which I'm not because that duty falls to Brenton O'Brien, but hypothetically speaking, if I was the team manager, I would want to make sure that my fastest driver was in the car for that final stint, because if we get another competition caution, which is a possibility, you want to make sure that you've got your quickest driver on board for that final stint to the checkered flag.
And it looks like that decision has been made, because Cooper Webster has now gotten into the driver's seat of the number 11. That car is down off the jacks and out on the pit lane. So now we get to see how Cooper Webster matches up against James Scott, and Thomas Hinds has taken back over the ANZ Motorsports Mustang. So a little bit of resumption of what we saw at the start of the race. And Ross Rizzo, once again, fuel saver extraordinaire. He's still out there on track. Cameron Dance as well for the TechSense Fitstyle Motorsport team. He might be running this race solo as well. In fact, I'm fairly sure he is, because because Cam is just a bit crazy like that.
Of course, he's one of the personalities that you will hear behind the microphone for some of the events on SimSpeed TV as well. But just coming back to the Cooper Webster and Jordan Caruso car, of course, Cooper Webster can now stay in that car until the finish, because there's no rules about minimum and maximum driver length, so they can leave Cooper Webster in that car for a double stint to the checkered flag if that's what they choose to do.
Yes, indeed, and I'd probably put good money on Cooper Webster staying in that car until the end. He's about to come through to start his first flying laps, and he's got a fair amount of TCR traffic up ahead. Justin McCartney, Damien McCartney as well. So, fairly spaced out TCR field at the moment. Scott Short jumping into the pits in his Mustang. And it'll be interesting to see what Liam Lawson does from here, whether or not he decides to bring it into the pits, because remember, he was, well, actually, I'm going to correct myself. In he comes from that second place.
Because Liam Lawson on the entry list, he was Matt Stevens, so it could be that Liam Lawson gets out of the car at this point, as we see that Christian Pancioni has pitted and handed the number 81 car back over to Oscar Piastri, who was doing some really good lap times and running in quite a high position in the opening stint for this race. Question for you as well, Rex, on the fuel range for the TCR cars. We saw that most of them came in under that safety car just after the 1 hour mark of this race, but how far can the TCR cars go on a tank of fuel?
I am under the impression that they go for about an hour and 20 minutes max, because remember, they do have an endurance fuel tank in the car. This version of the Audi RS3 LMS that you see on iRacing is actually a very specific version of the car built for endurance racing. It does not have a traditional sequential gearbox as you'd see in most TCR cars. It actually uses a DSG gearbox, which is a seamless shift gearbox designed by Volkswagen, and you know, different gear ratios. It's a bit easier on the drive line, and it makes it suited to endurance racing. So that, in combination with the fuel tank, means that you'll see these cars going well over in excess of an hour. But I think the tires are going to be more of a deciding factor in when drivers pit, because, you know, 300 plus horsepower going through the front wheels, that's always going to be a difficult time if you're driving for more than half an hour.
The reason I ask that question is because all of the leading TCR cars have only made the single pit stop at this stage. If they can get an extra or another half hour or thereabouts out of their current fuel load, then there is every chance that they can make it to the end of this race with only one more pit stop. So that'll be the interesting strategic scenario to consider for the TCR class.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would expect there to be only one more pit stop for the TCRs. Maybe a splash and dash at the end for a few drivers if they've mistimed their stops or if they've been a bit too aggressive on the throttle. But Paul Rogers at the moment still leading the TCR class, and he has got a huge gap back there to Jay Hansen in the Astra Gaming Altus Esports machine. Hansen has completely dropped off in terms of pace. I think those tyres have nothing left for now. So all Hansen can do from here is just keep it on the black stuff, keep the lap times consistent, and see what happens in the final stint. He'll be hoping for another safety car for sure.
Here is Paul Rogers, the leader of the TCR class, and since they got ahead of Jay Hansen, he has pulled out the margin to over 6 seconds at the moment, separating our two leading TCR cars, or it's actually 5.5 seconds to be precise. So ever since Paul Rogers got past Jay Hansen about 5 or 6 laps ago, he has been able to pull away, which tells you that Paul Rogers in this stint of the race has done a bit better job managing the tyres compared to Jay Hansen.
Yeah, exactly right, and it's paying off for him too. But this battle for the top 5 in the supercars class is starting to heat up. Thomas Hinz, of course, jumping back into the ANZ Motorsports number 7, and Scott Nolan, who has continued driving the Synergy Sim Racing 018, starting to assume position behind him. We have yet to see what a competitive lap time is from Nolan. He has just come out of the pits, but Hinsey running a 29.9 on his last lap, which is quite competitive for the field.
The other thing that's happened in that pit stop cycle is the race leading car has extended its advantage massively. For that round of pit stops, James Scott was about 9 seconds ahead of Cooper Murray. He now has a lead of 21 seconds over Tyson Williams, so a massive net gain from the leading Evolution Racing Team car through that pit stop cycle.
Yes, indeed. So in the V8 class, turns out that this run for Evolution Racing Team has turned out even more dominant than we first thought, at least in terms of the number 088. We still have to wait and see what Cooper Webster can do from 4th place. But Thomas Hinz and Scott Nolan shortly behind. Some technical issues for Scott Nolan. He won't be wanting too much of that at this point. Hinsey, meanwhile, holding it nice and consistent in position number 5.
Well, Cooper Webster back on board, car number 11, and at the moment, he is lapping in the low 1 minute 29s. In fact, he is the fastest driver on the racetrack at the moment. He was 0.3 of a second quicker than the race leader, James Scott, and he was about 0.9 of a second quicker than Ross Rizzo, who was the next car up the road. So Cooper Webster trying to get that car back up inside the top 3 after it fell down the order when Jordan Caruso was driving it.
The V8 class has spaced itself out quite a bit at the moment, and everyone is just settling into a rhythm now. In terms of the TCR class, it looks like there's plenty of space between battles as well. No one harassing each other too much as drivers make their way through the field. We're going to take this opportunity to go on a break in the middle of this race for relief, but do not go away. Racing is continuing. We've got 1 hour and 43 minutes to go in the race for relief for Australian Bushfires.
replay battle for a position in GTP right now. This is for 12th. They go forward wide as they go into the chicane.
Cool is still battling side by side as we go to replay, but that's going to wind up. Let's watch this with Alice to the outside, looking at 4 wide, and Johnny Bell comes out the best of the 4.
The racing standards in this race have been absolutely phenomenal.
Yes, he does. Jan forced to check up. Here comes Jackson on the bottom side. Who will come over the checker? Jackson slides up. Contact with Jan. Jan hits Rafferty. They sandwich together. 4 wide to the checker flag. Bobby Rafferty wins it at Eldora.
Oh my goodness. An incredible finish by Bobby Rafferty to just hang on to it. Replay coming up here of that.
It's gonna get it at the line. White flag is out. Battle up for the lead though. Here comes Butler. Throws it on the inside and up the inside. Jason Webb looking 3 wide for the lead almost. Almost 3 wide for the lead. Down out of corner number 4. It's gonna be contact up there. These 2 drivers gonna battle it out. 3 wide at the line. They make contact. Jason Webb is gonna get the win up and over Crawford into turn 1. Oh my race fans. You just witnessed the best racing you're to see at iRacing all year.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got everything outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my god! Oh! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go.
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
You're watching the race for relief, for Australian Bushfire relief. The battle is on in our V8 class for third place. Ross Rizzo, who is soloing this event, and Cooper Webster, who recently took the number 11 ERT machine back over from Jordan Caruso. They are fighting for the top 3 at the moment in our V8 class. Once again, my name is Reese Gardner. Joining me in the commentary box is Lachlan Mansell. Lachlan, this is getting pretty hectic. Cooper with the run here on the inside into turn 1, and Ross Rizzo, being the cool head that he is, lets him go and lives to fight another day.
Cooper Webster's charging hard at the moment. He's the fastest driver on the racetrack. He is lapping quickly the now race leader, James Scott. However, he is the best part of 3 quarters behind James Scott at the moment. We actually saw during the break both Cooper Webster and Ross Rizzo having issues at this corner, turn number 4, both of them fighting their way off the circuit. But it is now Cooper Webster that moves the second of the Evolution racing cars back up inside at the top 3 positions. James Scott, your race leader at the moment, in the car that he's sharing with Ethan Pringolt. Tyson Williams running in position 2 at the moment. Cooper Webster 3rd. And then it's Ross Rizzo back to Thomas Hinz, Scott Nolan, Matt Stevens, Cameron Dance, Oscar Piastri and Kyle Stokes rounding out the top 10 in the supercar class. In the TCR class, the news is that while we were on a break, one of our leading contenders came in for its second pit stop. That was the Altus Esports entry of Jackson Suzel and Harlow and Jay Hansen. Hansen handed the car back over to Suzel and Harlow, who is now on board that car and running in position 5. The TCR class continues to be led by Paul Rogers, ahead of Mitch Dean, Martin Turner and Isaac Snyder in the top 4 positions within the TCR class. We've got just over 90 minutes to go, and we were just discussing during the break the various strategic permutations and combinations race. And the Jackson Suzel and Harlow car, it will have fresher tyres after that pit stop, but based on the fact that it stopped with still about 100 minutes to go, we know that they can't make it to the end on fuel. They are going to have to come in for another splash and dash before we get to the end of this race, we believe.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see how that all pans out for these guys. And in our V8 class for 7th and 8th, it's the mother of all battles between Cameron Dance and Matt Stevens. And Stevens encountering some issues there, getting by Richard Tam. Cam Dance has managed to get by the number 30 Puke Boys machine, and that is Mr. Stevens running a little bit too deep into Honda, losing a bit more time to Cam Dance, another one of the solo drivers in this race. But the TCR strategy battle is certainly going to be interesting. I do estimate that it's about an hour and 20 minutes to a full tank, so about 20 minutes from the end, we may see the majority of our TCR class cars come on into the pits, which will really spice things up. We'll have a sprint at the end.
And we know that the supercars are going to have to make one more stop as well. They can only go about an hour on a tank of fuel, so still at least one more stop coming up for all of our supercar drivers as well. Will we get another competition caution? That remains to be seen, of course, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if our series organisers decide to throw one more safety car just to bunch the field up and give us a final sprint to the line right at the end.
Another V8 class pitter, Scott Nolan, has brought the 018 Synergy Sim Racing car into the pits, and they'll be getting some fresh rubber and some extra fuel on that machine. It's looking like it's going to be another stop about half an hour from the end for that 018 machine, currently the only car in the pit lane, and Scott Nolan, I believe, staying in that car. Meanwhile, this battle here, Hammy Stein for the Fast Lane Esports car making his way past some TCR traffic, and Sean Thompson, who's had quite a few adventures in that Zuva racing machine, well, he's back up into 10th place in that number 209. So despite the issues that car has had over the course of this one, Thompson and Loxton both getting involved in a few incidents, that Zuvacorn on the left and right-hand sides of the car is pointing forward further into the top 10.
I still reckon that the James Scott and Ethan Trigg Golf car is going to be very hard to beat. It has very much been the class of the field all night in terms of contest for outright victory in the supercars class. Tyson Williams and Cooper Murray, well, Cooper Murray was up there for a while, wasn't he, making a bit of a race of it when he was in the car. Since Tyson Williams has taken back over the number 29 car, though, he has been about 7/10 to a second slower than James Scott. The margin first to second has drifted out to 27.6 seconds at this point. Like I say, though, we've still got strategies to play out. We've still got more pit stops to come, and we've still got potentially another safety car before we get to the end of this race as well. So I get the feeling at the moment the race is just in a bit of a holding pattern race, where in that stage where the drivers and the teams, they're all not really thinking about racing too aggressively for position. And it's just like what I was saying before, they're all focused on buying a ticket to that last 30 to 45 minutes of the race, where they'll need to make sure that they've got a good set of tyres, they don't have any more fuel than what they absolutely need to get to the finish, and in the case of the teams that are running two drivers, that they've got their fastest driver on board for that final sprint home.
Exactly right, and it is that that lull period in, I guess you'd call it the third quarter of the race. Once drivers get past the carnage of the initial hour, there goes the second Evolution Racing Team car into the pits, following a Mustang in as well. That is the Simfinity machine, and there's going to be a driver swap in that car. And looks like Webster has actually already taken his pit stop. That's Daniel Hetterscheid.
That was a drive-through. That was a drive-through for that car. He just went straight through Cooper Webster, so I'm not sure whether that was unscheduled or if it was a penalty that we're not aware of, but that was to a straight through pit lane for Cooper Webster in car number 11.
Right, well, we'll have to get some clarification from race control on what the reasoning behind that was, or whether or not it was an automatic penalty applied by the sim. News on donations, meanwhile, we're absolutely blown away by the response that we are getting. A $100 donation just came in. You know, we don't have a name attached to that donation, but whoever you are, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Every single dollar this event raises is going to bushfire relief in Australia, distributed to various charities to help with fire recovery in affected areas, buy equipment for firefighters, and help to support them while they are recovering and continue to fight the bushfires in this country. So, man, $100. Thank you so much.
That really is fantastic news, and I know that very unfortunately, because the country and indeed the world is now dealing with the coronavirus pandemic crisis, a lot of the attention has rather unfairly been diverted away from all of the communities that were so devastatingly affected by the bushfires. And obviously we are heading into a very tough economic time with the coronavirus, so a lot of people don't really have a lot of money to spare for donations to those sorts of causes. So people's been coughing up $100 donations. It just shows that the spirit of generosity is still very much alive and well. So I very much echo Reese's comments, and we do thank you very, very much for your generosity to what is a fantastic cause.
Stuff like this that makes me really proud to be Australian. Well, James Scott currently holding nearly a 30-second lead now over the Guild of Australian Young Stars car of Tyson Williams, who's holding on. And we are confirming that that was a penalty for Cooper Webster. We're not quite sure what for, but that drive-through has certainly put him all the way back from where he arguably should be. He's currently sitting in 5th place, and you'd expect him to be mixing it up there in the top 3.
Well, realistically, he's now more than 60 seconds lead on Motor Race. If he's to be any chance whatsoever of challenging for race victory, he needs a safety car. Was that our race leader off the road, James Scott?
Yes, it was.
At Siberia there, so an uncharacteristic mistake from the car that has controlled this race all morning.
It looks like it was an attempt at passing one of the Can-Am VRL TCR machines. James Scott just caught on the marbles there on the outside. You see those little speckles on the tarmac. Yes, iRacing simulates rubber build-up and marbles. So that has affected James Scott, unfortunately. But it's only a small blip on what has been an excellent run so far for the 088 ERT machine.
We're hearing that race control are handing out what drivers' various indiscretions. That incident was not as catastrophic as it could have been for James Scott because he managed to get away with it without sustaining any sort of damage. He has lost a bit of time to Tyson Williams though. The margin, as I mentioned, it was up around the half-minute mark. It's come down to 21.5 seconds first to second.
Yeah, man, that's certainly going to put some optimism in Tyson Williams, but looks like the lap times at the moment not quite where they need to be for him to really start catching up to James Scott. Things may change though. We still have yet to see whether or not there is another competition caution or if there is an incident big enough to warrant a safety car. We got a TC. Sorry, go on.
I was just about to say, so we've heard that race control are giving out lots of warnings. I'll be interested to hear what those warnings are actually being issued for, because over the last half an hour or so, we haven't had indiscretions or incidents. The racing standards have actually been quite clean.
Yeah, I think it might just be for maybe over-aggressive moves or making mistakes when navigating traffic. There's Matt Charter in the pits handing back the SSR machine to Brenton Hobson. And those guys have not had the best of runs in the first few hours of this event. Hopefully they'll be able to gain a few more positions before the race is done. Meanwhile, Martin Turner has moved up into second place in the TCR class, and the gap to the lead is a grand total of 1 minute. Paul Rogers is so far ahead. He's actually just crossed the line and started a new lap, but you can see Martin Turner's all the way back in Siberia. What a lead.
The other interesting thing for me is Paul Rogers is now starting to get to the point where you would say they are almost in the window to be able to make it to the end of the race with only one more pit stop. Now, if that's the case, they are potentially going to get through the race on one less stop than the Jackson Suzel and Harlow J. Hansen entry. So for Paul Rogers and Wayne Burke, they could be very well strategically placed the way things are at the moment.
Yeah, certainly. We're coming up on an hour and 20 minutes to go in the race for relief, and that is roughly consistent with how long we expect a TCR fuel tank to last. So Paul Rogers, we should be expecting him in the pits within the next few laps. Or maybe, just maybe, he's saved enough to go for a few more. Big battle, meanwhile, for 7th and 8th between Matt Stevens and Oscar Piastri. Matt Stevens going very deep into Honda and actually overshooting the corner. I think he might have made contact with the car up ahead. But Stevens and Piastri not leaving each other alone here. And Piastri round the outside of Siberia. My goodness, he's able to maintain the momentum side by side through Hayshed. Doesn't always work out. Can he get it done? Well, not quite, because there's Stevens there on the inside through Lukey Heights, but here we go. Piastri just getting a little stab of a throttle, getting the track position so that he can get back onto the racing line, but he's gone too deep into MG. He's out on the marbles, and Stevens is going to go straight by.
This has been a great display from these two drivers, giving each other plenty of room and respect. Oscar Piastri came so close to pulling off what would have been a breathtaking overtaking manoeuvre. Not very often at all that you can see cars running too wide from the Hayshed all the way up to Lukey Heights without making some sort of panel contact, and we've got a safety car. So the full course yellow safety car has been deployed with 1 hour and 20 minutes to go. This has come at a very interesting time because we're too far from the end of the race for the supercars to be able to come in, take their final stops and make it home. However, the TCR cars should be right in the window, so it's going to be fascinating to see how this plays out. Who decides to come into the pits? Who decides to top their cars up with fuel? Who decides to stay out on the racetrack, maintain track position, and maybe take a pit stop under green flag conditions when we get a bit closer to the end?
I would fully expect the Altus Esports TCR with Jackson Suzlin-Harlow at the wheel to come in under this caution, because that will get them back onto strategy with the leader of the class in the Probo SimSports machine, Paul Rogers. So we'll have to wait a lap or so for pit stops to start eventuating, but for now, everyone can calm down again and have a chance to breathe. And at a point like this, when you've got over an hour to go, everyone's been racing very hard for the last 2 hours or so since the last safety car. This is a good opportunity for a breather for a lot of these guys.
So it raises a very interesting question for supercars teams about what they do under this safety car, because if you come in, you will lose track position. However, you will get the benefit of being able to top the car up with fuel and also take on some fresh tyres, which could give you a shorter pit stop later on. So even though you're not within the critical window, or you haven't reached the critical time to be able to get to the end of the race with only one more stop, there might still be an advantage to be gained by some teams by being able to take a pit stop here. So this will be very, very interesting to see who decides to do what.
Yes, indeed. And, one possibility that these V8 teams have is that, they come into the pits under this caution. They fill it all the way up, and then maybe a little splash and dash at the end. Either way, a lot of the V8 teams are going to have to pit twice more in this race. TCR only has to pit once.
Well, there's the answer to the question. We see a few of the supercars ducking into the pit, so they are going to take the opportunity under the safety car to come in and complete a pit stop.
Yeah, interesting. The likes of Tyson Williams there in second place. I don't know if he's aware that that he's entered a closed pit just yet, but you see the Evolution Racing Team 088, our leader, coming in as well. Ross Rizzo, Thomas Hins, Cooper Webster, all of these guys are in the pits now. So the V8 teams making some difficult decisions here at the moment. And everyone coming to a stop in the pits. And it's everyone's going to have a slightly different idea of what they're going to do. And we'll reveal exactly what these teams are doing when we see the order in which they come out of the pits.
And in the TCR class, the leading Paul Rogers and Wayne Burke car, it came into the pits. Just having a look to see what the Suzlin-Harlow and Jay Hansen car has done. No, it hasn't come into the pits yet. That's not to say that it won't next time around, but it has elected to stay on the racetrack for the moment.
Just for the moment, we're getting a replay of the pit exit between Ethan Grigg-Gault, who has taken the 088 back over, and Cooper Murray, who has taken over the number 29. They actually had quite an even exit from the pit lane, and Cooper Murray had to fall behind Ethan Grigg-Gault because he was just behind him when they came out of the pits. Have a look at pit entry here. There goes Grigg-Gault. There goes Cooper Murray. Yeah, just behind Ethan Grigg-Gault. Got a better exit out of the pits, but ultimately had to pull over and let the ERT car back by.
That was very close between those two, and we saw that Cooper Murray fast during his stint as well. And this safety car has put that car right back in the game, so he will be applying the pressure to Ethan Grigg-Gault when the race resumes. Another driver who's right back in the game is Cooper Webster. We've seen how fast he's been. We saw that he had an off-track excursion at turn 4. We saw that he had a drive-through penalty. but the margin between him and the race leader has now evaporated thanks to this safety car. So the number 11 entry is right back in contention as well.
It certainly is, and up in front of him he has Ross Rizzo in the number 96, who we always focus on in terms of fuel strategy. Does he have any aces up his sleeve? We'll have to wait and see. But going under caution for at least another lap here as the field sorts themselves out. And I noticed that Ethan Grigault is clutching it the whole way around. He's keeping the revs as low as possible. He's well aware of the fuel situation. Have a look at how low the revs are here. Absolute zero, actually.
So he's coasting. He's running it on fumes, basically. So do we reckon that some of these supercar teams might try and get to the end without stopping again?
I don't see how it's possible. I just don't see how it's possible. Our director, Jay Kennedy, says no hope. I'd probably agree with him. Phillip Island is not really a track that you can save fuel at under green flag conditions, just due to the sheer amount of flat-out sections it has. So I would expect them to go for one more stop, but the reason they're coasting, the reason they're keeping it in sixth and clutching it is, I think, just so that final pit stop is as short as they could possibly make it.
Yeah, 100%, especially if that final pit stop has to take place under green flag conditions. You do not want to be spending a millisecond more time stationary than you absolutely need to.
Exactly right. Well, the field is going to resume racing likely at the end of this lap. Lights are off on the pace car, and race control has been clearing black flags for a few of the drivers that fell afoul of an automated penalty. Caution period has been extended, we've just seen, so we still have a few more cars to wave around. But like we said before, under the last caution, these wave arounds for the lower running TCR cars definitely gives them an extra chance to vault themselves up the order later on.
Correct, because at the moment, Ethan Grigault, leader of the motor race, is not the first car in line behind the car. What we need to do is we need to wave some cars past the safety car so that we can have our race leader at the head of the queue when we get a resumption of play. So it looks like that's just what they're trying to manage at the moment.
Yes, indeed. Scott Short and David Coleman making their way around the pace car. And they'll come around. Plus Brian Bennett running in position 40 overall, 8 laps down on the leaders in the TCR class. So now that 088 car has given itself the lead of the race behind the safety car again. The V8 class order has been re-established. We do have Ayrton Smith in the middle of all of this, down in 23rd position, and that's going to be quite interesting for drivers behind when they start making their way through. Cooper Webster and Ross Rizzo just sorting themselves out as well on the run up to turn 1.
Just an update for you in the TCR class as well. So I mentioned that Jackson Suzel and Harlow hadn't come into the pits, but eventually he did. He waited an extra lap just to make sure he didn't go a lap down to Wayne Burke, but he did then come in for what was that car's third pit stop of the race. So Jackson Suzel and Harlow now back on strategy with Wayne Burke and free to fight it out with his TCR rival through to the checkered flag.
Yes, and thanks to this caution period, they're going to be starting within each other's vicinity. But it does look like there's a fair amount of cars between them that Harlow is going to have to sort his way through. Well, you know how good Jackson is in these TCR machines, and Jay Hansen did an incredibly good job in that 215 as well. So I certainly expect them to start getting up to the back of Wayne Burke. Having said that, Burke himself is an incredibly good driver. Haven't seen much of him in TCR, though. Scott Gamble there in the pits in the Evolution Racing team number 26. Brenton O'Brien giving up the car again for the final hour or so. We are staying green for one. We are staying under caution, sorry, for one more lap. So that's an extra opportunity for the drivers to save some fuel. I think if the TCR cars that have pitted now have indeed pitted, they won't have any worries getting to the end from here.
No, and the longer this safety car period goes, supercars drivers save as well. So potentially it means that their final splash and dash will be very, very short indeed.
So as we continue around this caution period for one more lap, we'll give you all a rundown of what the top 10 in each class currently looks like. So Evolution Racing Team 088 is leading the V8 class. Number 29, Cooper Murray in second place. Ross Rizzo, driving solo, is in third, with Cooper Webster in fourth. That's going to be an interesting battle when racing resumes. ANZ Motorsports number 7, Thomas Hinz at the wheel in fifth place. Cameron Dance, meanwhile, after starting all the way down in 45th overall, behind all of the TCR cars, currently sits in 6th. He's put in an absolutely mammoth run to get to where he is. Oscar Piastri in 7th place in the number 81. Liam Lawson is back in the number 30, and he sits in 8th place. It's Kyle Stokes in 9th. And rounding out the top 10 is Brett Loxton, who shares the 209 with Sean Thompson. In our TCR class, meanwhile, it's Wayne Burke leading the way, and Jackson Suzlin-Harlow in second. Martin Turner sits in third place. He's had a very good, consistent run. He's been in a top 3 position for the vast majority of running today. Isaac Snyder, driving solo, has made his way up into 4th, with Mitch Dean in 5th place. Behind him, Liam McAdam has jumped in. Liam McAdam, of course, a real-life TCR driver, one of the many pro drivers that have made an appearance today, and he gets his first laps in the race for relief in 6th place. Calix Poon for the Calioth Racing team is in 7th. Chicken Up Racing's Ashley Norman is in 8th place. 9th, Paul Cox, and in 10th, we have Josh Richmond in the CBT Racing number 269.
Liam McAdam came in on the final lap of this safety car, so he will have the freshest tyres out of absolutely everybody when the racing resumes. And I think he did that just to make sure that he stayed on the lead lap relative to everybody else. So smart bit of strategic work there for Liam McAdam and his team to keep that car on the lead lap and within striking distance of the lead pack.
We are going to be going green at the end of this lap. Our V8 class making its way through Lukey Heights. And in the midst of all of this, well, how are they going to cope with the lapped traffic? There's going to be some drivers who lose out initially on this start, but once the tyres come up to temperature, we should see them coming back. Final corner then, the pace car is in, and Ethan Griggold assumes control of the field. First couple of times, the Evolution Racing Team car has gone quite early, and he goes before the apex of the final turn. That catches Cooper Murray by surprise, and Ethan Griggold's pushed too hard. He's actually gotten off into the grass as the green flag flies, and Cooper Murray is going to take the race lead out of all of this. So that was a poorly executed start from Ethan Griggold, and Ross Rizzo now is really pressuring him for that second place. Oh, Liam Lawson is off in the background. A big off there at turn 1. Can he get back onto the circuit safely? He does. But my goodness, what a chaotic start in the V8 class.
There's a lapped car that was involved in the action there as well. One of the Mustangs that has now been rounded up by our leading set of drivers, but it's Cooper Murray. Opportunistic move. Ethan Griggold wants the lead back though, sends it down the inside at turn 4, pushes Cooper Murray wide and elevates the Evolution Racing Team Commodore back to the top spot. So he made an uncharacteristic mistake there off the restart. Ethan Griggold lost the lead, but it's only taken him half a lap to get back to the front of the field.
Good run there from Ethan Griggolt. And meanwhile, in our TCR class, it is on for the lead. Wayne Burke currently holds the lead of the TCR class, but Jackson Suzlin-Harlow is right on the back of him. They've got some V8 traffic to contend with here side by side through the second half of the circuit. Those V8 drivers behind them will be shaking their heads and tuttering, but Jackson Suzlin-Harlow No, I am so sorry. My goodness. I've made a complete mess up there. I have absolutely not found the right car on the broadcast. Look, Lockie, it wouldn't be a SimSpeed broadcast without a restart and a mess up.
The problem was, and all fairness to you, because it wasn't totally your fault, but there were a lot of supercars in between Jackson Suzlin-Harlow and Wayne Burke when the race restarted, so that meant that the margin between those two cars was quite elongated, hence the reason that there's now a fair bit of distance between them on the racetrack. Speaking of manoeuvres and challenges that are happening, the battle well and truly on positions 3 and 4. A fired up Cooper Webster wants to get the second of the Evolution cars back into the top 3. Up the inside he goes. Make the move through on Ross Rizzo, looking to make it almost a double manoeuvre because he's now side by side with our second place driver, Cooper Murray, as they head through Siberia, and they will continue side by side for the run up to a couple of the fastest and most committed corners on the racetrack, the Hayshed and Aluki Heights. This is maximum commitment through here. Cooper Webster to the outside of Cooper Murray as they head over Lukey Heights, but Cooper Murray's going to get his elbows out and he's going to force Cooper Webster back to third position. And here comes Ross Rizzo on the outside and also playing his way into that battle as well with the Ultra-Tune car. There's Thomas Hinn, so it's a freight train of cars battling for positions 2, 3, 4 and 5. What this is allowing is Ethan Griggolt to pull clear in the lead of the motor race. He now leads by more than 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's a huge lead he's got there, and it is on for second place once again because Webster and Murray side by side into turn 1. You see side by side from Hinsey and Rizzo in the background as well. Cooper Webster goes through then, and for the first time since the last restart, Evolution Racing Team runs 1 and 2. So back in business for ERT, side by side between Cam Dance and Thomas Hins, who's really falling back here, and they've got Oscar Piastri and Kyle Stokes to contend with as well. Piastri balked a bit there, has to go to the inside, has to defend from the car of Kyle Stokes, but Thomas Hins has managed to clear these guys, and hopefully for him, he'll be able to stay there. But Cam Dance still dealing with Oscar Piastri here around the outside. And I'm loving Piastri's form right now. He's really pressuring Cam Dance here. Dance, one of the most consistent racers I know of, and he always seems to rocket up the order. But this time, Oscar Piastri has the move done on him around the outside at Lukey Heights.
How are the moves that we're seeing through Lukey Heights, particularly from Oscar Piastri? That's the second time that we've seen him side by side with another car through that section of the racetrack, and he's managed to get the move done as we see Cameron Dance losing another spot there as well. Oh, we've got a TCR car rotating at turn number 4. That is the 363 car of Alex Poon facing the wrong way. Manages to avoid being collected up the front by the approaching field of oncoming traffic and rejoins the racetrack, albeit at the rear of the field.
Well, in terms of this battle we're seeing at the moment, we're right on board with Liam Lawson through Southern Loop, and he is monstering the back of Cameron Dance right now. This is for 8th and 9th in our V8 class, and Lawson has had quite the up and down race with his teammate Matt Stevens. The fact that they're still in the top 10 is certainly something to be admired with everything that they've gone through today. What a view there. Stream of cars through Honda, and Lawson having a slight little look there at Siberia, but not quite close enough to get the move done on Dance.
What a race this has been. The late safety car has reignited the battle at the front of the field. And once again, once the front-running supercar drivers come around and start to catch up with the TCR cars, the whole traffic scenario is going to become part of the equation once again. Here's the battle for 3rd and 4th position within the TCR class. Martin Turner and Mitch Dean, 0.3 of a second was all that separated those two cars at the start-finish line. And they are going to find pretty aggressively, you would imagine, over what will be the final spot on the podium.
They are teammates at Chicken Up Racing, Martin Turner and Mitch Dean, so they don't want to get in each other's way too much, but it's going to take a bit of time for one of them to assert pace over the other. It's very hard to follow cars in the TCR classes. Oh my goodness, Liam Lawson almost pushing Cam Dance off the track there in turn 1, but getting the move done. What an excellent battle there, and well done to Cam Dance for keeping it on the track.
And if you're wondering why Liam Lawson Red Bull car, he is a Red Junior driver, so that's the reason that he gets to carry Red Bull signage on his supercar in this race. As we turn our attention back to the TCR contest between Martin Turner and Mitch Dean, it will continue as they exit the final quarter, turn number 12 on the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, with Mitch Dean looking for a good exit run and a bit of a slipstream advantage. Ross Rizzo, he got shuffled back to 4th position a few laps ago, and he now has Thomas Hinz for company. In fact, there's a queue of cars forming up behind Ross Rizzo, who was driving this race solo today. And Ross Rizzo on the defensive. From Thomas Hinz, we've got a bit of a chaotic incident at MG corner with the TCR car getting turned around by an approaching pack of supercars.
Yeah, that was GE Prochnow who was turned around there, and it was ultimately Tony Gaffer in the Stealth Penrite racing machine that it actually wasn't his fault. There was a bit of side-by-side contact right there with Kyle Stokes, and that pushed Gaffer into the side of Prochnow, and so GE is the innocent victim in that one.
So Ross Rizzo having to defend from Thomas Hinz and Oscar Piastri at the moment. And in fact, Thomas Hinz has just lost a spot because...
Oh, there's an incident on the front straight! Oh, a big incident on the front straight. GE Prochnow has made contact, and the number 33 of Scott Short with a mistimed run out of the last turn. That's resulted in cars strewn across the racetrack. Modem simulation replay. Here is the run through the final turn for Prochnow, and you'll see him take his line, but here comes Scott Short, tries to go around the outside, gives Prochnow a tap, and then Prochnow, recovering or trying to get back online, goes right into his rear quarter, and they both go spinning down the front stretch.
And there was another car there as well that was unbelievably lucky not to get caught up in that contretop. Here it is, Scott Gamble, so the third of the Evolution Racing Team entry. This is what it looks like on board. So we saw the TCR car and the supercar coming together. My goodness me, how on earth did Gamble not get caught up? I reckon he was a couple of millimetres away from T-boning both of those cars.
Good presence of mind there from Mr. Gamble to keep that going. But the battle for fourth continues on. Ross Rizzo versus Oscar Piastri, and Liam Lawson, Cameron Dance and Brett Loxton have now formed their own little pack here. And here comes the car coming up to Cameron Dance of the Zuva Racing 209. Loxton trying his best here. And he's had quite the event so far, along with his teammate Sean Thompson. They've had many adventures trying to go up the inside here at Honda versus Cameron Dance. And he manages to get it done, but Dance holding the inside into Siberia. Can they get it done through here? Well, it looks like just backing out of it in the mid-corner almost was Brett Loxton, but he stays alongside, compromises Dance's exit, but they're going to have to fall back into single file at some point, but not through Hayshed. Dance trying his best to keep it on the black stuff. Almost contact. They were mere millimetres away from contact through Lukey Heights. Can Loxton finally get the move done into MG on the inside? Dance is still trying to hold the outside. Bit of oversteer from Dance, and that has ruined his run. So Brett Loxton through into ninth.
I can't believe the amount of side-by-side racing Hayshed and Lukey Heights. Single file, but we've seen on a number of occasions tonight, cars have safely been able to work their way side by side through those corners, which just goes to show you the incredible precision and the incredible level of skill from these drivers that are competing in this race. Cooper Murray still sitting in a podium position at the moment, holding down third place, but under pressure from Ross Rizzo and Oscar Piastri, who has been the man on the move in the last couple of laps. He's been making up positions left, right and centre, Oscar Piastri, but he can't get too ambitious because Thomas Hinds in the Altitude car is still sitting there waiting to pounce should Piastri get a little bit too over-eager in trying to make up places.
Hinsey unfortunately getting caught up behind some TCR machinery in the midst of that battle. That's put him backwards versus Piastri, and he's going to have to wait for at least another corner, do the over-under here, because that's Liam McAdam that he has to get by. And to tell you what, that's given the advantage to Kyle Stokes, because now he is right on the back of Hinsey. So the battle is shifted towards the back end of the top 10. Meanwhile, our TCR lead could potentially get interesting down the line, because Jackson Suzlin-Harlow is taking chunks and chunks of time out of Wayne Burke, lap after lap after lap. Gap almost under 5 seconds now. Last lap for Wayne Burke, a 38.757, a 38.058 for Jackson Suzlin-Harlow. He's taking anywhere from 7/10 to a full second out of it.
You know how good Jackson Suzlin-Harlow is behind the wheel of the TCR car. He's putting his best foot forward at the business end of the motor race, Jackson Suzlin-Harlow. So the battle for the TCR leaders going to come alive, and we've got a big incident between a couple of TCR cars who are being lapsed by some supercar drivers. That's on the exit of MG Corner. And Thomas Hinds was involved in that, and so too, I think, was Liam Lawson. In fact, Lawson was pretty lucky not to get caught up in it and sustain damage, but a big crash there that has seen a couple of TCR cars sustaining some damage.
Yeah.
Oh, and off the road, another TCR car runs wide. Ah, there we go. So that's what happened there. That's how it happened. And I'll tell you what, really, really good awareness there from Liam Lawson, because he was able to use that to his advantage and gained the position on Thomas Hinds.
That he did, and now the battle is on between Piastri and Rizzo, making their way past one of the Chicken Up Racing TCRs on their way through. Rizzo being able to hold fourth has been an absolutely sterling effort, but you see that Piastri has this huge run of pace. They're both going to be stuck behind this TCR machine coming through into the final corner. The pincer move 3 wide into the final corner, and Piastri almost had the inside line, but had to give it to Rizzo there.
Oh, wow. That was talk about flirting with disaster. But I'll tell you what, Oscar Piastri was pretty lucky there just to sneak through on the inside of that TCR car, whereas Ross Rizzo decided to go for the outside manoeuvre instead. So the TCR car temporarily found itself in a sandwich of supercars.
Yeah, my goodness. What a race we have had so far in the race for relief. And on that note, we have another special guest in the commentary box. It's Evolution Racing Team's Brenton O'Brien. Welcome, Brenton. How have you been enjoying yourself so far out there?
It's a bit helter-skelter, isn't it? Thanks for having us. And look, what a great concept. Congratulations to all those involved in organising this. Have to remember why we're here, in appreciation for all the emergency services, etc., for the horrific fires we had here in Australia. To all those who have donated, fantastic. But for us personally, ERT, it's something that we had to get involved in. It's a community thing. Win, lose or draw, it all goes towards a good cause.
Brenton, Lachlan Mansell here, mate. Hope you're going well. Your car's currently running first and second in race. Ethan Gold versus Cooper Webster. They're going to be battling it out for the race win in the final 50 minutes. How are you feeling, team manager?
Yeah, look, it's always good to be 1-2, but it's not the position that's now that counts. It's the position when the checkered flags come out, and there's some serious good cars out there, like Cooper Murray's no slouch, obviously we know, and yeah, there's another good competition. And we do have a third car out there too, Lockie, coming in 13th, and we've just had a nightmare 10 minutes, which put us way back. But, yeah, we're working our way through again, but, you know, Ethan and Cooper, especially Cooper, is, you know, probably apart from Dane Warren, he's probably the form driver in Australia at the moment, isn't he? He's just doing a really good job in a multitude of classes.
And finally, you know, that consistency, I guess, is one of the positives here. That versatility of drivers. And what are you thinking of the multi-class format? Because it's not often you get to see V8s racing with TCRs on track at the same time.
That's the beauty of it, though, isn't it? And it brings those who wouldn't probably normally get involved into this type of thing. Like, we could easily could have had a supercar event, and it just with normal people to show up. You've got a variation of drivers, and have to remember what we're here for, is to support and to thank the emergency services for what they did during our fires. So, yeah, we're all for it. Years ago, we tried something like this where we made a lot of modifications to the GTs and the Porsche and the V8s to try and get them to run the same speed. Again, that was for charity, for Matty Clower, I think it was, and that was a success. So, bring it and they will come, and that's exactly what's happened here. So, full field, like I said, congratulations to those who organised it.
Thank you very much, Brenton O'Brien from Evolution Racing Team, currently one of the drivers of the number 26 that is being driven at the moment by Scott Gamble. They are running in 13th. Meanwhile, this battle between Oscar Piastri and Ross Rizzo has been sealed. Piastri getting by Rizzo for 4th place there. And now beginning the chase down of Cooper Murray just up ahead.
Indeed, Oscar Piastri's been a man on a mission over. Telling you what, Brenton O'Brien, he will be tearing his hair out because Ethan Grigalt, Cooper Webster, as I mentioned, they're running in positions 1 and 2, but the margin is coming down. Cooper Webster has been consistently taking time out of Ethan Grigalt. Not much, it's only been a tenth or a couple of tenths per second each lap, but the margin is now down to about a second, so it's shaping up to be a very interesting battle between those two cars. Remember, there will still be an element of fuel saving happening as well, because nobody can get to the end of the race without having to make one more pit stop for a splash of fuel, we don't believe. So while the drivers are pretty keen to make sure they're in the best possible position, they also have to try and do it as economically as they can to minimise the amount of time that they're sitting still taking on fuel in that final pit stop.
Yeah, it's approximately 48 to 50 minutes to a tank at Phillip Island in the V8, which translates to 32 to 34 laps. So since the drivers pitted last, yeah, it is definitely going to be a splash and dash. I'd say about 10-15 minutes from the end for all of those guys. So the fuel saving element is incredibly important. The pit window is open now.
What we mean by pit window open is we've reached the critical time of the race where you can come in, take your final stop and make it to the end on fuel. So this will be interesting because particularly if you're a little bit further down the order, it could actually be worth coming in now, getting your final pit stop out of the way, because if there was to be another late safety car, you'd already have your stop done, the pits would be closed, you would then get a strategic advantage as we see an almighty off-track excursion for Scott Nolan, having contact with another competitor at turn 1.
Yeah, that's a big shame for Nolan and the guys at Synergy Sim Racing. They were running incredibly well in that section. We'll see what happened here. It was contact with Cameron Dance, and you could already see that Nolan was having a few technical issues as they came into the first turn. Dance turns in and makes a bit of contact with his left rear quarter, which completely unsettles him. So then you will see Nolan coming back onto the track, and oh my goodness, how lucky was our TCR leader, Wayne Burke. He'd be thanking the sim racing gods for those technical issues for Scott Nolan, because if that had worked out even worse, that would have been the lead completely gone.
Oh, he was seriously lucky. And speaking of Wayne Burke, the TCR leader, there he is on screen. Jackson Suzlin Harlow is coming, and he's now in the same camera. Wayne, the lead in the TCR class is compressing up very nicely indeed. It's now only just over 2 seconds between our two leading TCR contenders.
This is the battle that we have come to see, this fight for the lead. Getting back on strategy during that last caution was the best possible thing the Altus Esports 215 could have done, and still taking tenths of a second per lap out of Wayne Burke. There's problems for the V8 in front of Wayne Burke, Rodney Dangry, getting off to a slow start out of Honda. But Burke's last lap, a 39.2. It was a 38.4 for Jackson Suzlin-Harlow, 0.8 of a second, and that's only going to be improved when this V8 traffic starts coming through.
How hard does Wayne Burke fight when Jackson Suzlin-Harlow catches the back of him? Because 0.8 is pretty decisive speed advantage for Suzlin-Harlow, and with that sort of speed differential, Wayne Burke is not going to find it easy to hold out the Jackson Suzlin-Harlow Altus Esports entry. We can say that there's a couple of supercars just separating our two TCR leaders at the moment, and if you're Wayne Burke, you have to be very strategic about how you choose to let those supercars through to minimise the amount of time that you lose.
Exactly right, and he's ended up losing a bit more time, having to let them through the final corner. We've got to think about tyres as well. Jackson may be pulling in huge amounts of pace at the moment, but that also means that he's working his tyres very hard. If they go off before he can get past Burke, then it's going to be even more difficult for him to make the move.
And we saw that before, didn't we? We saw that when Jay Hansen was battling it out with the Wayne Burke car a bit earlier on, although it wasn't actually Wayne Burke driving it, it wasn't Paul Rogers. So Jay Hansen was a lot quicker than Paul Rogers at the beginning of the stint, and he got past Paul Rogers and was then pulling away. But as the stint went on, Paul Rogers was able to reel him back in and ultimately ended up passing Jay Hansen and pulling away from him later on in the stint. So that tells you that different cars and drivers have got strengths and weaknesses at different stages over the course of the stint.
Yeah, and it's also a case of how well you can manage driving style in a kind of race car that is very atypical. You know, you usually think of race cars as being powerful rear-wheel drive, downforce producing machines, but cars like TCR cars based on road-going machinery, and they are based on the customer racing model that you see in GT racing. That means that manufacturers build the race cars directly and sell them to competitors. So the Audi RS3 LMS is one of those cars, and of course TCR regulations mandate that every car has to be front-wheel drive. So it creates a very interesting style of car that, especially around a high-speed circuit like this, you have to basically invert your understanding of how a car behaves.
1 minute 39.1 for Wayne Burke last time. 1 minute 38.4 for Jackson Suzlin-Harlow. So Suzlin-Harlow has taken another 7/10 of a second out of Wayne Burke's speed. The margin is now just 9/10 of a second between our two leading TCR combatants.
Yeah, and they've got another V8 for company in the form of David Coleman, who is being nice and careful here. He doesn't want to get in the way. He doesn't want to make contact with Wayne Burke. He waits for the acceleration zone to make his way by. Good stuff. But now the lead is down to, I'd say, about 7/10 of a second or thereabouts. You see Jackson Harlow creeping up corner by corner by corner. He's using those tires really well, giving them the maximum amount of input he can. Wayne Burke, at the moment, all he can do is look over his shoulder right now.
Well, Jackson Suzlin-Harlow is now within slipstream range. He's close enough to the back of Wayne Burke that he's going to start to get towed along by that Audi A3 TCR car as they come onto the straight. Both of them just running a little bit wide there at turn number 12, the final corner, to ensure that the supercar was able to safely pass them through. And I've just noticed as well that the outright race lead is down under a second as well. It was about a second between Ethan Briggold and Cooper Webster. It's now only 3/10 of a second. Here they are, the two ever racing cars, both right together as they come around turns 11 and 12. So Ethan Griggold has had a bit of a slow lap that's allowed Cooper Webster to close right onto his tail.
And the reasons for that, we're not quite sure. I think it either might have been traffic or Greg Galt is fuel saving like a madman at the moment. Navigating some TCR traffic into the southern loop. That's Isaac Snyder in the Can-Am VRL solo machine. He is currently running in some way back at Can-Am VRL Racing Solo. It's down in 8th place in the TCR class. But now that TCR lead is bumper to bumper, under 0.2 of a second now between Jackson Harlow and Wayne Burke, and it's a brief look up the inside for Harlow. He's putting the pressure on. A little bit of a bump here. They've got another supercar to contend with as they come through into the final turn. This car's probably going to split them. Or is he? No, actually. The V8 peels into the pits. And Wayne Burke running a little bit wide there in the last turn. That's not going to help him. Jackson Suzlin Harlow now with the slipstream. Can he make it round the outside in turn 1? He has the run. Wayne Burke is going to be fighting with some steely determination here, but it's more steely and more determined from Jackson Harlow. He resumes the race lead in TCR.
Well, in the end, Wayne Burke wasn't able to offer much resistance at all, was he?
No, certainly not.
Pretty much, yeah. As soon as Susan Harlow caught up to the back of Wayne Burke, he was able to get straight past using the slipstream down the main straight. Wayne Burke will think about fighting back on the outside into turn number 4, but Susan Harlow covers off to the inside of the circuit just to make sure that Wayne Burke isn't able to fight back. That's the oldest Esports car that goes back to the race lead for the TCR class.
We'll see how long that battle continues, but meanwhile, the battle for the lead in the V8 class, Ethan Griggold and Cooper Webster still holding formation there up the front in the Panther Race Fuels machines and navigating some more TCR traffic as they do so. We're seeing the number 88 car back in the pits here with Brenton Hobson at the wheel. And oh my goodness, that is a problem for Kyle Stokes on the exit of Honda. He just came together with Brett Loxton and Thomas Hins, and I feel like that battle was brewing for quite some time. These guys have been battling all throughout since the safety car came in. We'll have a look at a modem simulation replay to see what happened. So here comes Kyle Stokes through Stoner up to Honda. Here comes Thomas Hins. And you see Cooper Murray right up there, and that is contact with one of the Can-Am VRL TCR cars just coming together on the exit. So it wasn't any of the other V8s that were involved in that. It was just Kyle Stokes making a bit of contact.
How good was the awareness there from Liam Lawson to see that the inside and gain a couple of positions on the exit of turn 4, and Brett Loxton was able to slip through as well.
Yeah, so that is a free position for those guys, and now Liam Lawson is fighting up on the back of Thomas Hins. This is for 6th place on track. We've got to remember also Stokes recovering from that earlier incident. He's managed to stay in touch with these guys, but Brett Loxton is holding station. Very nice gap to those guys in front. And Cooper Murray is, he's experiencing a few problems here in the hairpin up ahead, right in the middle of a TCR sandwich, making his way through on Mitch Dean and Ashley Norman. And then he's got Robert James to contend with as well. So all of these guys are going to be affected by this traffic. Loxton goes by, Hins goes by, Lawson goes by, and Stokes goes by. So that's the initial move done, and they all get through on the inside of Lukey Heights too. Tiny bit of contact, but they're really starting to draw up here. But no moves for the time being. They're all aware of the TCR cars on the right-hand side. They don't want to make any unnecessary contact.
Brett Loxton's been a big beneficiary out of that sequence of play because he was down to the tail end of the top 10, but he's worked his way up into the top 5 basically just through some good awareness and being able to avoid some incidents that were unfolding right in front of him. Here are our two outright race leaders. It's about to come up behind a big pack of TCR cars, including our two TCR class leaders. As we see Ethan Briggold going left, going right, and in the end getting stuck in the middle of both the lap supercar and our TCR race leader. Oh, the spin from one of the supercars right in front of our race leaders. Both of them very lucky not to get caught up in a collision there.
Yeah, that was Guy Leach, just taking a little bit too much curb there at Honda, and got the car up on two wheels. Once it was there was no grip to be had. Kyle Stokes has jumped into the pits meanwhile for a new set of tyres and a final splash of fuel. So he's the first driver out of our V8 class to take that final pit stop. Now our eyes move to everyone else.
And Kyle Stokes can now be on maximum attack. Enough fuel to get him to the end of the race, and a fresh that he can get out there and start punching out fast lap times. And what he will be hoping to do is to undercut a few of the drivers who decide to pit a bit later on.
Yeah, we'll see how well that works out for him, because it looks like these guys are more than happy to continue fighting for now. A problem briefly for Liam Lawson there, getting into the grass on the entry to the final turn. Tiny bit scrappy, but he's still managing to put the pressure on Hinsey. I think it's only a matter of time before this battle between these two truly lights up. Maybe after they take their pit stop.
Interesting to see as well that Ross Rizzo has fallen all the way back to the tail end of the top 10. Remember, earlier on, he was up challenging for a spot inside the top 3, but he's not been able to maintain the pace of some twin driver combinations. It could be the concentration and the fatigue is finally starting to take its toll.
Yeah, that is the risk you run driving a race like this solo. 3 hours and 40 minutes is the total race length of the race for Relief today. And after driving for even 1 hour consistently, you start feeling the effects of fatigue. So Ross Rizzo must be going through something awful in that car at the moment. Lawson and Hins, meanwhile, they are still fighting. And Hinsey trying his best to keep Lawson ahead of him, but it looks like it might not be successful, because up comes Lawson on the inside at MG. Well, Hinsey has the inside for the penultimate corner, so Liam Lawson is going to have to wait a bit.
He had a big dive there, didn't he, Liam Lawson? But exit from corner for Thomas Hins, and he had the inside line for the next couple of corners, so manages to keep Liam Lawson at bay for the time being. I reckon the tyres on the rear of Thomas Hins's car are a bit second-hand. You can see the back of the car starting to slide around, and Liam Lawson gets an excellent run out of turn number 12. Big contact between the two cars at turn 1 as they ran side by side. Thomas Hins off the road, manages to get back on with a really, really good save, actually. He managed to maintain control of the Ultratune car and didn't lose too much time as he navigated his way back onto the racetrack.
And showing his displeasure there by flashing his headlights. He's none too happy with that move from Lawson, and I don't know if race control will be either. Liam Lawson struggling with a little bit of oversteer there out of Honda corner. And the TCR lead is where he is at the moment, right in the middle of that. I'm actually interested to note that Wayne Burke has not fallen back as far from Jackson Suzlin-Harlow as I thought he would.
100%. I was about to make the same point there as well. So even though Jackson Suzlin-Harlow caught up to and passed Wayne Burke fairly quickly, Wayne Burke has not let Jackson Suzlin-Harlow go, and it's still less than a second between our two leading TCR contenders. So I'm just wondering if maybe Wayne Burke has something up his sleeve when it comes to tyre conservation for the final stage of this race, and if he might be able to come back at Suzlin-Harlow when we get into the closing laps.
Well, we saw how Paul Rogers was able to do that versus Jay Hansen before, so we might see a repeat. Thomas Hins brings the ANZ Motorsports car into the pits. Also note that a lap or so ago, Cooper Murray brought the number 29 in from the third place that he was running, so he's now come back in about 9th place. We're going to get a modem simulation replay here of an incident and we're focusing on Brett Loxton for this one. And Liam Lawson behind him. Interesting to note that Loxton is slow. Did he get a slowdown or something? Well, actually, where would you get a slowdown penalty around Phillip Island? That's odd.
Yeah, that was very strange, wasn't it? So those two cars just swaps positions. So Liam Loxton falls back to fifth position. Sorry, Brent Loxton, I beg your pardon, falls back to fifth position. Liam Lawson moves up into position 4. Nathan Grigolt continues to lead the race ahead of Cooper Webster. Once again, the Evolution Racing Team cars well and truly in control. They've extended an 11.3 second margin over Oscar Piastri, who sits in position 3.
We've got a car stopped on the exit of Honda as Loxton comes into the pits. I think Loxton might actually have been lifting off because he was short on fuel. Maybe he missed the pit entry. Either that or redressing a position, though I can't imagine what for.
So the final rounds of pit stops now starting to take place. There is the car of JF Richard, which has stopped on the side of the circuit at turn 11.
Yeah, some issues there in the number 145. He has found a clear gap and he'll get back out onto the circuit and resume running.
And apologies, that was actually the approach to Siberia in turn 11.
Yes, indeed. So it's an all-right spot to be stopped. Brett Loxton now down off the jacks and resuming the race down in position 8. Our two race leaders dealing with more TCR traffic as we speak. They're coming up on Mr. Proch now in the Can-Am VRL car. He's sticking to the inside. Oh no, there was a bit of a miscommunication there as Ethan Grigolt decides to jump straight for the pit lane for his final pit stop of the race.
And that's because Cooper Murray, who stopped a couple of laps ago, has been lapping more quickly than the race leaders since coming in for his final stop and taking on fresh tyres. So the race leaders need to come in now to make sure that they don't get undercut by those cars that have decided to stop a bit earlier.
Indeed, it was a 29.041 from Cooper Murray last time by, so that's excellent pace for this late in the race. So, and we're hearing that it was a redress for Brett Loxton. So there was an incident beforehand, had to let the 30 car by. So that explains that. And he took the opportunity to go into the pits thereafter, so he lost as little time as possible. He's come out just in front of Kyle Stokes.
So Ethan Grigolt has come in for his final pit stop, and I reckon that Cooper Webster will be not too far away. It'll be interesting to see what order those cars resume the racetrack in once the final pit stops are completed.
Ethan Grigolt had a very successful pit stop. He's come out a long way ahead of Cooper Murray here, so he's obviously put in just enough fuel to get himself home and consolidate that effective race lead. But we've still got to keep an eye out on the number 11, who's just come into the pits himself. Cooper Webster coming in for his final stop of the race. Will this overcut work for him this time?
This is going to be very close. We saw just how closely those cars were running before these pit stops took place as Liam Lawson now brings the Puke Boys car into the pits for its final pit stop as well. So final pit stops all taking place. This is a replay. So Liam Lawson was very slow coming out of turn number 11. I reckon he might be out of fuel because that was a very, very slow pit entry.
This is slow motion, Lockie.
Oh,
yeah.
Slow motion.
Showing this is showing the save he had on pit entry. Have a look at that. He just caught the grass and wound on many a degree of lock to keep that car going straight. So race almost ended in tears for him there, but back out on track now and he'll be resuming it.
So the answer to the question of which of the Evolution racing cars would rejoin the race in front has been answered. It is Ethan Grigolt still ahead just from Cooper Webster. There is the margin on screen between the two race leaders. In fact, if anything, Ethan Grigolt's just slightly been able to extend his advantage over Cooper Webster. Still only about a second, though, between two race-leading Evolution cars.
Yeah, and a big battle has eventuated here. Liam Lawson just coming out of the pits, and Thomas Hinz on those heated up tyres, trying his best to get by here, and Lawson overcooking it into Honda. Hinze has managed to get by. It's such an intense section of the racetrack, that entire opening section, especially in a 1500 kilogram Australian touring car. Liam Lawson dipping a wheel into the grass and losing a little bit more pace, but once those tyres get back up to temperature, we should see him pile the pressure on. And Oscar Piastri has brought the PP Racing car into the pits. Cameron Dance jumping in as well for his final pit stop with under 25 minutes to go in the race for relief.
So very shortly we should have a cleansed field. So have all of the top runners will have completed their final pit stops. 1.6 seconds the margin between Ethan Grigolt and Cooper Webster. Oscar Piastri rejoins the racetrack and maintains third position ahead of Cooper Murray. When we go back to Thomas Hinz, he'll be the next one through, just ahead of Liam Lawson.
Yeah, and holding station very, very well. In terms of our TCR lead, it has been extended in the last couple of laps. Jackson Suslin-Harlow now enjoys in excess of a second lead over Wayne Burke. So looks like he's consolidated it enough in the last 25 minutes of the race.
But in the battle for the final podium position in the TCR class, Turner now almost 20 seconds ahead of Mitch Dean, so that battle has been elongated as well.
Yeah, certainly has. But Martin Turner and Mitch Dean on basically opposite sides of the racetrack at the moment. Mitch Dean has run a very strong race here in fourth. All of the Chicken Up Racing drivers have been soloing this one. Excellent to see the endurance that they have. Brady McHugh in the Riot Sim Racing car making his way through the field, and Brenton Hobson putting a big amount of pressure on him. Fastest lap from Cooper Webster, 1 minute 28.1. He is absolutely flying right now.
He was 7/10 of a second quicker than Ethan Grigolt on the last lap, so Cooper Webster's shown a serious turn of speed in this final stint, clearly with fresh tyres and highly fired up, highly motivated. Cooper Webster has decided that now is the time to attack. With just over 20 minutes to go, it's going to be a battle between him and his teammate Ethan Grigolt in what is shaping up as a blockbuster finish for this race for relief here at Phillip Island.
Yes, huge fight going on at the moment for this race lead. You see how aggressive Webster is being. Ethan Grigolt, I think, is still in a little bit of preservation mode, keeping it smooth, keeping it cool, calm and collected. But Webster, you can see turning in aggressively, using the tyres. He'll have a few minutes less of wear on that rubber, so he can afford to push a little bit harder. In terms of other fights out on the track, well, the car of Oscar Piastri has come out a fair ways ahead of Cooper Murray, as we see the slipstream from Cooper Webster. There's his teammate right in front of him, and you can see how much benefit the draft has down the front stretch at Phillip Island. It starts and ends with high-speed corners, so very important to get the run right. And another good exit out of the southern loop. A Can-Am VRL TCR car to briefly keep them company. But it's not the time right now, or is it? Cooper Webster diving up the inside. Oh, careful, boys. Don't make too much contact there. Side by side now for the race lead. No team orders at Evolution Racing Team. And there's contact. Ethan Grigolt on the inside. He's lost that momentum. And Cooper Webster, round the outside of Siberia, takes the lead of the race.
What a move from Cooper Webster. So he decided that that was time to go on the attack. It was only a make it work. He had to get his elbows out there, Cooper Webster. In the end, it was good, clean racing between the teammates. Now they've got a whole lot of elapsed cars to encounter. What can Ethan Briggold do to fight back? Because Cooper Webster is getting awkwardly checked up by one of the TCR cars, and here he comes back up the inside. Recaptures the race lead at turn 12, the final corner. Ethan Briggold, but Cooper Webster will get the better exit from the corner and will have the advantage of the slipstream. They will go side by side into the high-speed right-hander at turn 1. Ethan Briggold temporarily lost the lead but managed to get it back. And it is still the two Pant Racing Fuels Evolution Racing Team cars running in positions 1 and 2. It's going to be a flat-out sprint race to the checkered flag between these drivers, and they have both demonstrated that all of the strategy, all of the conservatism they exercised early on in the race, that's been thrown out the window. They are going to fight, and they are going to fight hard for victory.
They certainly are. Right in the last 20 minutes of this race, this is where it's all going to come alive. And, you know, this battle, we could see it brewing for pretty much the whole race. The 088 car has been nice and safe in that race lead. And Cooper Webster putting in a great drive with Jordan Caruso in his hands. The car did fall back, but they were able to fight their way back up, and now they have a good chance at taking the race win here. They just need to stay out of each other's way, because if they make contact and they both go off, it would be quite embarrassing. They got the team manager in front of them there. They have to be on their best behaviour.
I'll tell you what, if they were to take each other out, they would have to contend with very grumpy Brenton O'Brien, and unsurprisingly the team car's just going to move off the racing line there to allow both of our race leaders safe passage, ducking and weaving, trying to break each other's slipstream. Cooper Webster going from the outside, moving to turn 1. Can he hang tough all the way around the outside? Not quite. You lose grip, you run out into the marbles there, and you find the level of available grip deteriorating quite significantly when you get off the racing line. But think about the amount of pressure that Ethan Briggold is under at the moment. He cannot afford to put a single foot wrong for the final 18.5 minutes of this race. As once again, Cooper Webster goes for a big challenge under brakes, looking to the outside this time into turn number 4.
Yeah, Ethan Briggold going defensive there. It's all he can do at this stage. Just keep up the pace, navigate the traffic. They have a TCR ahead of them who lets them by. That's Josh Cavallaro in the RSB Motorsport car. And Cooper Webster using all of the racetrack and then some, using those tyres to their absolute maximum. And they're at the stage in the race now where you don't want to necessarily go side by side through these fast corners, because look at how much the track has rubbered in. Look how many marbles there are on the outside of these fast turns. You're stuck on the outside in one of those corners, you are absolutely gone. So Ethan Briggold is going to have to be very careful here, put his defensive game on nicely.
It's been a classic endurance race, hasn't it? At the start, we had quite a few incidents. We've had a lot of strategic twists and turns. And now we're going to finish it off with a good old-fashioned flat-out sprint to the checkered flag between a couple of drivers who are right at the top of their game in sim racing. We were talking before about Cooper Webster and the fact that he's had a lot of fantastic results in recent times in all different series, driving all different types of cars. He's been a prolific race winner in the Tuesday Night Justice Ended series. We've seen him win races in supercars and in TCR cars as well. And now in this very special endurance race at Phillip Island, where we say thank you to all of our volunteer emergency service workers. Cooper Webster would dearly love to emerge victorious right here as well, but he has a very motivated and very determined Ethan Briggold, his teammate, who he has to try and pass in the final 16.5 minutes if he wants to emerge victorious today.
Well, he's got a good amount of time to get it done, but I always say this in VRS V8 Sculpts broadcasts, if you want to make a move on someone and you're pressuring them, you want to leave it as late as possible to actually make the move. Because if you make the move and you don't have a good run over the next few laps, then the driver you're fighting with is just going to come right back at you. And that traffic is going to help out Cooper Webster ever so slightly. He did have to take avoiding action, but you know, it's very difficult to keep track of everything that's going on out there. You're being assaulted on all sides by your senses. The engine's roaring in your ears. You're feeling how the tires are. You're looking ahead to see where the next traffic is.
And having recently become involved in a bit of sim racing myself, I can tell you, and I know that you're racing well, race, just how precise you have to be, and it's a very fine line between maximising the performance of the car, making sure that every corner of every lap is millimetre perfect and not overstepping the mark. Every single corner, it is literally millimetres between doing the best possible lap time that you can and experiencing a disaster that's going to put you out of the race altogether.
Well, this stalemate still continues. Two stags locking heads in an eternal battle is Ethan Grigalt and Cooper Webster right now. And you see Grigalt going towards the middle of the road on the run up to MG. That is the classic defensive line through there. You want to try and force the guy behind you to stay behind because, my goodness, you know, you block off the middle of the track. Which side do you go for?
And I have a feeling that the outcome of this race could well be determined by traffic. Before we saw that Cooper Webster managed to get to the race lead, but just a few corners later he got awkwardly checked up by one of the TCR cars, and that was all it took to give Ethan Grigalt the chance to fight back and recapture the top spot. So it could just be one of these drivers coming across a lapped car at an awkward time that proves to be the deciding factor in who wins this race.
The run up to Honda then coming through Stoner Corner. Cooper Webster again holding very nicely versus Ethan Grigalt, trying to go for the inside. Gains on the braking zone and a bit of contact as well. That's our second place TCR car of Wayne Burke they've just passed. So Cooper Webster, I think, just biding his time now. He'd already shown his hand to Ethan Grigalt, and his teammate is now well aware of what Mr. Webster is capable of. Elsewhere in our V8 field, I just want to quickly draw attention away from this, is the fact that our 5th and 6th battle is starting to heat up again. Liam Lawson facing pressure from Thomas Hinz in the dying minutes of the race.
They've been having a ripper battle pretty much since that last safety car. We've seen that they've exchanged positions on a number of occasions, and it's Liam Lawson who's got the ascendancy in that one at the moment. They're currently running, as you say, in positions 5 and 6. Position 3 is still being held by Oscar Piastri ahead of Cooper Murray. It's been a pretty good fight back for the Oscar Piastri Christian Pancioni car, which had a few dramas earlier on, and it's side by side in the battle for the lead. Cooper Webster going for the big outside move through turn number 1. They are side by side on the run into Southern Loop, but it's Grigalt who just manages to hold on to the lead once again. Cooper Webster, he is trying every corner. He is testing the strengths and weaknesses of Ethan Grigalt compared to himself. He's working out where is the best position to make a passing manoeuvre. 12.5 minutes still remaining on the clock. You know that Cooper Webster's going to send it somewhere. The question is where, and the question is when.
They are on lap 130, these guys. They have covered over 500 kilometres now in this race. Effectively a Phillip Island 500, but with some TCR cars thrown in the mix as well. And this battle for 5th and 6th is really heating up there. Liam Lawson running into some lap traffic. Thomas Hinz trying to have a look around the outside of him coming into Siberia. I tell you what, Hinz's form in this last stage of the race is something to behold. And Liam Lawson will want to try and get by the car in front of him as soon as possible. That driver is Nathan Clive in the fast lane Esports machine, currently running in 22nd position in the V8 class. There goes Lawson. Oh, but he's got a TCR car right there. He's been surprised. They make contact and they're all off just about. Liam Lawson coming off second best out of that, but Thomas Hinz manages to continue on. What a nasty surprise for Lawson. I want to see that on board.
Well, the problem for them there was that not only were they trying to negotiate a lapped TCR car, but they also had a lapped supercar that they were trying to contend with as well. And as Liam Lawson ducked out to try and pass the lap supercar, all of a sudden he found a TCR car blocking his path. There was nose-to-tail contact, and in the end it was Lawson who found himself facing the wrong way at MG corner.
It was like a pincer move. Here's the onboard from Lawson. Oh my goodness, there's a TCR car. I need to head on the brakes, and then he just gets pincer moved by the two lapped cars. That's a very unfortunate incident. I wouldn't really assign blame for something like that. It was a problem of the circumstances. Moreover, this battle for the lead continuing as our ERT race leaders contend with the Penrite car. That is not going to work out well for Webster. He's lost some valuable time there to Ethan Griggold as we're coming up on 10 minutes to go.
Well, lapped TCR cars are one challenge for the supercar drivers, but lapped supercars are another entirely. And the problem with the lapped supercars is that they are harder to get past than the lapped TCR cars. And unfortunately there for Cooper Webster, he encountered one in one of the worst possible positions on the racetrack, and that's cost him the best part of a second to Ethan Griggold.
So that may be the race lead battle over and done with if Cooper Webster can't pull some magical pace out of his back pocket here. And flashing the lights at the lapped cars, Cooper Webster has got the red mist descending on him. As we take a look at our 7th and 8th battle, Ross Rizzo still maintaining a position in the lower reaches of the top 10, but Cameron Dance looks like he is starting to draw up to the back of him. We'll take a look at their lap times as they come across the start-finish line. Both of these drivers soloing. It's a 31.742 for Ross Rizzo and a 30.622 for Cameron Dance. Not the best lap for Rizzo.
No, like we've said, Ross Rizzo in the later stages of this race has just been struggling for a little bit of pace, but he's still holding on to a solid 7th position, given the fact that he is driving solo, and has been a commendable performance for him, you would have to say.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. You know, for both himself and Cameron Dance, the fact that, you know, you drive an Australian touring car solo in a race that's almost 4 hours in length definitely takes a special kind of effort to do something like that. That battle still has yet to eventuate. Our race lead has remained the same. Cooper Webster still dealing with some traffic in the middle of turn 1, and Ethan Griggold enjoying a good lead of just over a second right now.
Since losing that time with lapping that Penrite Mustang, Cooper Webster's not really been able to get that time back, so Ethan Griggold just has a little bit of breathing space at the moment, and it's going to have to be some metronomically consistent lap times for Cooper Webster now if he wants to close down that margin and put the pressure on Ethan Griggold in the final 8 minutes of this race.
And if you've just joined us for the final 8 minutes of this race, this is the Race for Relief, supporting Australian bushfire recovery and helping and saying thank you to our emergency services workers across the country. The 2019 and 2020 bushfire season was absolutely devastating. A lot of areas affected, a lot of rural fire departments struggling to cope with the increased demand and the equipment that they had. So any donation at all is appreciated. We've raised almost $1,000 Australian dollars from entry fees for this race. We've also had $150 in donations come in over the course of this race, so we thank you all for your support. Add another 125 to that as well. Another donation coming in. My goodness, I'm absolutely blown away by the generosity of this community.
Fantastic to see, and in return for their support, they have been treated to an absolute thriller of the motor race. We've now been racing well over 3 hours, over 3.5 hours now, in fact, and the margin from first to second is under a second. What an epic, enthralling endurance race at Phillip Island this has been today.
It has indeed, and there's still a chance for things to get interesting. Cooper Webster has been getting the short end of the stick in terms of traffic over these last few laps, just making his way past Morgan Rash in the Can-Am VRL number 28 Audi RS3. A 29.48 on the last lap for Cooper Webster, a 29.238 for Ethan Griggold. So the pace for that lead certainly seems to be in Greg Galt's favour at the moment. And this battle between Ross Rizzo and Cameron Dance is still brewing. Rizzo is having a few technical glitches that won't be instilling a huge amount of confidence in Cam at the moment.
No, that must be pretty difficult when you're battling with another car and maybe just dealing with internet connection issues. It must be very disconcerting when you see the car disappearing and reappearing in front of you on the racetrack, and like you say, it doesn't really give you the confidence to set up for an overtaking manoeuvre when you're not quite sure exactly where the car is.
Yes, indeed. In real life motor racing, you have things like brake lines, suspension struts, and camshafts that fail. Well, in sim racing, the equivalent of those is your wheel, your pedals, that Ethernet cable that connects you to the outside world, and the state of your computer. You still got to monitor your equipment. It may be different equipment, but it works in the same way.
Let's give a big shout out to the co-drivers as well, because runners in the top 5 positions have had 2 drivers on board their cars, and certainly the same is the case for the top couple of runners in the TCR class as well. Ethan Greg Galt, this has been a great final stint for him, but his co-driver James Scott was exemplary when he was behind the wheel of that car as well. It was fast, smooth and consistent, did not put a foot wrong. Cooper Webster, well, he was joined by Jordan Caruso, who got caught up in a couple of dramas but did pretty well to fight back from those incidents. Ditto for the Oscar Piastri and Christian Pancioni entry.
Yes, indeed. And Christian Pancioni staked a very good claim for himself, put on some fantastic performances while he was in the car. And, you know, Piastri's form I've been incredibly impressed by at the moment. Also got to give a shout out to the Guild of Australian Young Stars machine, Cooper Murray and Tyson Williams, both of them putting in some great consistent runs. Cooper Murray, the faster driver in that car, but that's not discounting Tyson Williams. He races in real life in Speedway, and he's certainly got a good amount of pace under his belt as well. We also can't forget about Ben Christensen, who took over for Thomas Hinz in the number 7 car through the middle of the race and put on the mother of all defensive drives with a huge pack of cars behind him for the first part of the restart after the first safety car. And Thomas Hinz's form as well, he's always been a quick driver, has Hinzy, but once again, he's absolutely set it alight here and had a very consistent run in the top 5.
Thomas Hinz and Ben Christensen, they've both managed to stay out of trouble in this race, even when there were incidents going on around them. They were able to keep their noses clean, and they're on for a very, very solid top 5 finish. We've got 3 minutes remaining in the clock, so only a couple of laps remaining in this race. The margin's 7/10 of a second. Cooper Webster, again, just a fraction quicker than Ethan Greg Galt. We only get to the end of Ethan Greg Galt and be able to have one last attack in the closing couple of laps. Well, I'll tell you what, it might happen because Ethan Greg Galt gets awkwardly checked up by a TCR car as they come onto the straight, and that is going to allow Cooper Webster to close right, and he'll pull to the outside as they head down into turn 1. It's side by side for the race lead with just a couple of laps remaining, and it's
Contact.
Cooper Webster who gets fired off the racetrack as they make contact on the run into turn 1. That was Cooper Webster's opportunity, perhaps his final opportunity to attack, and he wasn't quite able to pull it off.
That was a full-on racing incident between those guys. I wouldn't assign fault to that. Greg Galt is going defensive on the inside. Webster turns in and just makes a bit of contact with Greg Galt's left rear. There wasn't really anywhere Ethan could go from there. So unfortunate for Cooper Webster. That was his chance, and he might have just lost it. Jackson Suzlin-Harlow, meanwhile, we haven't talked about him in a while, but man, the form that he has put in this last stint, both himself and Jay Hansen in that Altus Esports Audi, absolutely phenomenal performance from those two.
It has been. They've had to work for it, certainly, because the Wayne Burke and Paul Rogers entry have taken the fight right up to them. And again, it's an incredibly close margin when you consider how long this race has gone on for. Just over 9 seconds separating our first and second place TCR cars, but yes, Jackson, Susel and Harlow, another driver who, like Cooper Webster, has some pretty good form on the board in sim racing in recent times, doing a stellar job behind the wheel of the Altus Esports Audi TCR car.
And we are aware that this may be white flag with under a minute to go as they cross the line. 1 minute and 30-second lap around Phillip Island. This is white flag for Ethan Griggolt. So, I mean, what more can you say about these guys that hasn't already been said? They had some super consistent form. They qualified 1-2. They are running 1-2. They even managed to put on a fun battle to entertain all of us. And through it all, they have maintained this fantastic lead. And I mean, it's going to taste sweet winning this race, but I got to tell you, there's one winner here above all else, and that is the community. That is our Fireys, because this event has been in the planning process for weeks, months, and for it to go off today like this and be as much of a success as it is, I tell you what, everyone involved in the organization of this event should be proud of themselves, give themselves a huge pat on the back. It's the final couple of corners now for Ethan Griggolt. He and James Scott put in a fantastic performance, leading the race pretty much the whole way through. Final corner for Ethan Griggolt, and he and James Scott will lead home an Evolution Racing Team 1-2 in the race for relief in our Supercars class. Cooper Webster coming home in second. He and Jordan Caruso will be very proud of that performance. And Oscar Piastri bringing the PP Racing car home in third place himself, and his teammate Christian Pantione should be very proud of themselves too. It's the final lap still for our TCR leader, Jackson Suslan Harlow. He enjoys an incredible lead there over the Probo SimSports car of Wayne Burke. JSH and Jay Hansen should be proud of themselves out of this.
Indeed, they should. It's been a fantastic performance and a very entertaining contest with TCR class as well. It's going to be Jackson Suslan Harlow and Jay Hansen who will get home for the win in that one. But a big congratulations to not only Ethan Griggolt and James Scott, Cooper Webster and Jordan Caruso, but also Brenton O'Brien, who does all of the management there of the Evolution Racing Team, putting all of the commercial deals together in the background and organising all of the drivers as well. A fantastic team result with a 1-2 finish in the Supercars class for the Evolution team. As Jackson Suslan Harlow for Altus Esports comes around the final corner, and he's going to claim victory in the TCR class for the race for relief. Him and Jay Hansen win the endurance race at Phillip Island with a stellar performance. Really, really good driving and very smart strategy from that team as well. And they pick up the race victory for the TCR class ahead of Wayne Burke and Paul Rogers.
And a stellar performance from those guys too. I was very impressed with Paul Rogers' form in the middle of the race, being able to catch back up to Jay Hansen. And coming through Lukey Heights is going to be our third place TCR machine, Martin Turner, who soloed the whole way through. An absolutely stellar effort from all of the guys at Chicken Up Racing and at Can-Am VRL as well. Those guys putting together many solo drives out of this one. So as the final cars come across the line, here are the official results for the race for relief. In the V8 class, Ethan Griggolt and Cooper Webster lead home an Evolution Racing Team 1-2. The PP Racing car of Oscar Piastri comes home in third. Cooper Murray crosses the line in fourth for the Guild of Australian Young Stars. Thomas Hins completes the top five. Brett Loxton and Sean Thompson come home in position 6. Ross Rizzo and Cameron Dance, the two highest finishing solo drivers in our V8 class, 7th and 8th. 9th, Guy Leach, and Tyson McAvoy comes home 10th, a lap down.
Brenton O'Brien, well, he certainly hadn't a race, but managed to finish up in 11th position ahead of Blake Delaney. Brenton Hobson, who was sharing driving duties with Matt Charter, comes home in 13th position. Then we go back to Habby Stein, Brady McHugh, Rob Rattray, Patterson, Jeremy Clark, Tommy Toe, and Jaden Borg completing the top 20.
The Fastlane Esports white car of Nathan Clive comes home 3 laps down. In 21st position, 111 Esports, Daniel Hetterscheid, and Ayrton Smith in 22nd and 23rd. Rodney Dangery comes home in 24th position. Liam Lawson, unfortunately, the number 30 car was retired shortly before the end of the race, so we are starting to get into retirement territory. JF Richard, David Yunt, Scott Nolan, and Thomas Randall and Cam Waters, unfortunately not making it to the end of this one. A big shame for them. We go to TCR results then. Jackson Suzlin-Harlow and Jay Hansen take the victory over Paul Rogers and Wayne Burke by 10 seconds. They're classified a lap ahead of every other TCR car. Martin Turner and Mitch Dean complete the top 4 for Chicken Up Racing. And Isaac Snyder gets at a top 5 for Can-Am VRL. Liam McAdam comes home in 6th place with Ashley Norman, Paul Cox, Calix Poon, and Joshua Beerling rounding out the top 10 in your TCR class.
And completing the TCR class, Brian Bennett back to Josh Cavallaro, Morgan Rash, Robert James, G.E. Prochnow, Mario Vartanian back to Jordan Shunglar, Scott Dawkins and Matthew Walker completing the finishes for the TCR class.
And with that, we're going to go very quickly to driver interviews. We're going to have to motor through these because our time on the our time is almost up. First up, we're going to bring in our TCR class winners, Jackson Suzlin-Harlow and Jay Hansen. Big congrats, guys. And we'll go to Jackson first. How was that battle, the battling all throughout the race? You guys certainly had to work for that victory.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a fun race. Yeah, really enjoyed the battles. We had a good little battle with Wayne at the end then. At the start, it was a good little battle for the first couple of laps, and then obviously the V8s made it really interesting, and yeah, I think Mitch got hit. But yeah, the hardest thing that race was just to try and not get hit by V8s, try not to lose much time, and just place your car in the right spot.
Going to Jay Hansen for just a moment. Jay, it was a great stint from you in the middle part of the race, but we did notice that that Paul Rogers had the edge over your car once the tyres started coming down. What was the reason for that? Were you just pushing a bit hard in the middle stages?
Yeah, just as soon as I got in the car, pushed a little bit hard. Obviously, we got jumped under the safety car, so I pushed hard to get past him, pulled a little gap there, and I think I just pushed a little bit too hard, and the tyre wear was a little bit too much for me and dropped a little bit, but Jackson did an awesome job to come back. I think we ended up like a lap down or something because we had a big incident over at Lukey Heights where a car was spun, and I come over the ridge and come down, and he was right there. I had nowhere to go and collected him, so from coming from a lap down, the safety car obviously helped us heaps. And Jackson did an awesome job to bring it home by, I think, almost 10 seconds or 10 seconds. So it was a really good race.
Going back to Jackson, that was some great pace that you had chasing down Wayne Burke in those final stages of the race. What was the car like in those final stages? Because, you know, the track was rubbered up. Everyone had settled into a rhythm. And it seemed like you were just taking chunks and chunks of time out of the car.
Yeah, the car felt good. Under when we went that like nearly a lap behind, we obviously got our lap back under the safety. So when we did that extra pit stop, we had to because we were like 6 liters short or something, and it would have been too much to save. So we pitted, put tires on, but we didn't take rears. So I was a little bit worried because I probably did already like, I don't know, 30 minutes on those rear tires. So I was like, I might get a bit of rear slide at the end. So just took the fronts, tried not to lose too much. And then, yeah, obviously that last stint, I pushed it really hard to get past Wayne. And then I had to back it off a bit in the end to try and just conserve the tires a bit because last thing I wanted was a tire to fail or something. And yeah, car felt really good. It was just in the end, last couple of laps, just got a bit of rear slide, but that was expected. So yeah, we got the job done. That's all that matters.
Well, before we let you guys go, I'll leave it to Jackson to give shout outs and thanks. Who gets it done for you at Logitech Altus Esports?
Just obviously all the Logitech guys, Motum Simulation, Cams, the Chiefs, just all our sponsors for all the help. And yeah, thank you.
Those are your race winners in the TCR class, Jackson Suzlin-Harlow and Jay Hansen, an excellent victory. And now, Lockie, it's time to have a chat to our V8 class winning car. Cooper Webster does not seem to be here, but you're stood by with Ethan Griggolt.
Hey, Ethan, Lachlan Mansell here, mate. Congratulations. I'll tell you what, you guys controlled the race pretty much from start to finish today, but Cooper Webster made you work for it there in that last stint.
Oh yeah, that entire last stint, I was sweating up balls the entire time. It was absolutely insane. We knew Cooper had a bit better of a car in a lot of sector one and low speed corners, but we seemed to have the pace and the high speed, and I think in the end we weren't going to pass each other on track. It was just going to come down to the traffic at the end, and it almost bit us hard.
Talk us through, because there are a few moments. There was one lap where Cooper got past you heading into turn number 4, but then coming out of the last corner, he got balked by one of the TCR cars and you were able to get back up the inside. How was your heart rate going through that stage?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I just he just got caught behind him, and I saw the slightest opening on the left, so I just thought I'm sticking the car in there whether it works or not, and it obviously got him caught behind the car, so managed to get away with that one just. But I think the heart rate was up mostly in the last 5 laps, especially when we got balked coming out of the final corner, and Cooper tried to go around the outside of turn 1, but fortunately there was a bit of contact there, but it's pretty ambitious to go around the outside there.
Your teammate James Scott is standing by in the interview room. Well, James, congratulations, an exemplary stint, fast and consistent when you were in the car. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, that's pretty much sums up my my stints there. I just wanted to be nice and smooth and consistent, and keep the car clean, and hand it over to Ethan. I knew we had one of the top cars in terms of pace, so I just needed to keep it clean, not get any penalties, and yeah, just give it back to Ethan for the last stint and a half.
We saw that you had one slight moment there at Siberia, though, where you went off the circuit. What happened there?
Yeah, I was one of the TCR cars. I was on the inside, and I just got out the marbles and understeered off, but luckily didn't make the tires. Went a fair way off. I was almost in Siberia, to be honest. But anyway, and then just got back on. Lucky it didn't cost us too much.
Question for both of you. Obviously, this race has been held to raise money and awareness for the sensational efforts of our volunteer emergency service workers during the catastrophic bushfires. How much does it mean to both of you, James and Ethan, winning this race today?
Yeah, it definitely means a lot. All their hard work through those really tough times. So it's definitely one of the most important races that I've been a part of, and luckily enough to win. So yeah, thanks to all those guys who've put their lives at risk and helped us out.
I must admit it's a pretty good race to win as well, and I hope we put on a good show there at the front with the battle for the lead. So yeah, just a thanks goes out to all our volunteer firefighters for the effort they put in the year. 2020 has not been good to anyone so far, especially with the latest pandemic. So all we can do is try and stay home.
Those were your race winners in the V8 class, Ethan Griggolt and James Scott. A fantastic victory. And Ethan is correct. It was very entertaining, that lead battle between himself and Cooper Webster. Well, that brings to an end proceedings for tonight. But before we go, one more guest in the commentary box. One of the men behind this event, Matthew Walker, joins us in the commentary box. And Matthew, you came into this event organization some of the way through. You had to take over the duties of organizing this event, but you must be proud of how it's gone off. A full grid and a fantastic race to kick things off.
It was absolutely thrilling racing, and obviously the classes we've chosen, or Henry have chosen, has worked very well for entertainment.
It certainly has. But thinking about the future, then, what kind of donations have we been looking at? How much money has been raised as a result of this event?
At current count, we've raised $1,890, with $425 of that coming during the stream itself.
And that is absolutely fantastic to hear. Well, Matthew, final words, your final thoughts.
Just absolutely stunning response. by the sim racing and real racing community. Like you said, I came on board it was the week that the Grand Prix was cancelled. Sim racing was just about to do and explode, so I thought, well, let's see if we can try and make this race for relief thing take advantage of it. And we pushed it back 3 weeks. We changed the format a little bit, and it just took off. And I'm absolutely stoked for everyone involved. Yourself, Reese. There's a few people we need to thank. Simon Mazzomo for helping me out in race control. Actually, he did all of race control. Him and name, who I've now forgotten because I'm just that excited. Jeremy Kerr, Tom Harder, obviously Henry Greenham is the RFS volunteer who came up with this concept. And I can't think of anyone. I know I've forgotten people, but I'm just so happy that it's gone the way it has.
And so are we. We want to give a huge thanks to everyone at Can-Am VRL who helped to organise this event, and a big thanks to everyone who helped out in race control. A huge thanks to the pro drivers who took part in this event and raised the profile and gave us some fantastic racing and some matchups that we might not otherwise see. And finally, we want to thank all of you, the viewers, watching this. Thank you for sticking with us through this broadcast. We hope you enjoyed the show that the drivers put on, and a huge thanks to everyone who donated during the stream. Every single dollar helps. Every single dollar is going towards bushfire relief. That's the end of the night then, or the end of the day rather, for the race for relief. 3 hours, 40 minutes at Phillip Island, and your race winners were Evolution Racing teams Ethan Grigg Galton, James Scott, and Astro Gaming Altus Esports in the TCR class with Jay Hansen and Jackson Suslin Harlow. My name is Reese Gardiner. Joining me in the commentary box during this broadcast was the excellent Lachlan Mansell and the also excellent Jay Kennedy on cameras. From all of us here at SimSpeed TV, it's bye for now, not forever. Make sure that you stay safe and stay healthy, and think of our fireys.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's got everything outside of both of them. Maloney! Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top. Oh my God! Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get involved.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go.
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?